of the UKEL when these teams first played.
Well, keeping with standard bans of banning away the Draven and the Zoe, common ones that we've seen on either side so far.
Yeah, no, not too surprised. OSP had really good games on the Draven, and the Caitlyn being banned out as well from him. Yeah, he's had good performances on both of those. I understand sort of taking them away. Not your not what you'd expect if it was, you know, highest echelons of comp for bans, but fair enough. Taken away.
Already,
that's a lot of it's a lot of ADCs being taken away so early in the pick phase, and I know that we got Lucian still up, we've got Kai'Sa that's still up, so maybe we'll see both of those. I'm trying to think of other ADCs that are still relatively good in the meta right now.
Well, I like the adaptation coming up from Viperia already, because OSP got Caitlyn, I think, all 3 games yesterday. And he did really, really well, except for, you know, the standard 90 caliber net backwards into the tower that we saw once or twice. So hopefully OSP won't be doing that at all today if he does get his hands on that Caitlyn, but he will have to adapt a little bit. And another ADC ban of the Lucian.
Yeah, no, I think it's good to take away the Lucian there. I don't see OSP taking it, and I know that Aether is a big fan of the Lucian, so smart, I think, to take away from that. But again, all it does is just leave up the Kai'Sa that I expect for them to take, really. I mean, they're hovering the Cogmore there, so we'll see, but yeah,
not really expected it to be locked in. It will be the Kai'Sa instead. So what would you like to see as a response to this Kai'Sa? Sometimes we see the Vayne, sometimes the Varus.
I'm trying to think of like what's been played recently that's still like decent for the ADC pool.
Tristana, of course.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I mean, we can still flex it. I suppose I imagine that Bendix will be able to pick that up. I mean, Ezreal's like not too bad at the moment. I don't think. I mean, he received nerfs like to his AP side, but he's still half decent. Maybe a Jinx, but this Tristana could be flexed into the mid lane. Maybe we haven't seen Bendix play it yet, but it was quite big for a short period of time in the meta. And it's great to see Previous back on this Sylas pick. Wasn't too impressive on it yesterday, but as we said, he's had some pretty good performances overall in the regular season of the league. So nice to see him get his hands on that again. And interesting to see that Viperia aren't really worried about him taking it either as well.
We see the Kazakhs locked in for Electro Athletes, so I'll be keeping my eyes on that, see how that'll stack up against Previous Sylas as the Orianna gets locked in for Scrunchy Abuser.
Yeah, no, very aggressive, very solo queue-esque pick coming out in the Kazakhs. People have touted Kazakhs as quite a decent pick at the moment in solo queue specifically. I mean, with the quality of some of the games we saw yesterday, I don't blame him for picking something that's quite good in solo queue. So yeah, it'll be really interesting to track that Kazakhs and see what he gets up to in the game.
And yeah, it will be the Karma locked in. Could go for Bendix. We've seen him on it once before and did relatively well on it. He wasn't the hard carry that we're used to seeing from Bendix, but he did perform relatively well, as I said, and it can also flex to Sentinel, can go to Akkers in the top side too.
Yeah, it will be good to see where that can be flexed. It's a good pick to leave up just to leave some questions unanswered. That Sylas, you know, while we will expect it to go on to Previous, can still be flexed again. We saw it yesterday in the top lane position for Ego Speed, and I'm sure Bendix will be able to play it as well, given his large champion pool.
And now Nautilus being taken away, a little bit of a flexibility pick there as well, but usually see it in the support role in recent times, and it's good to have that paired up with Kai'Sa, so nice to see that taken away, and also the Leona taken away. Hard to engage tanky champion taken off the board.
Yeah, no, just chipping down the pool of those support roles a little bit more. You may see the Karma being pushed in if that continues. Yeah, the Pike being banned again. I mean, if they go, I don't know why you go for another support ban here, unless they may just really want to force Karma out of that mid lane and onto Satanel. Maybe you don't think like Tristana and Karma is a very good pairing, so you're just trying to force things out and eliminate the flex potential a little bit. But I think
still a couple of decent supports up and available though, like the Braum, for instance, or maybe even Alistair to prevent the Tristana from knocking himself away.
There are only 2 picks we've had so far, two bans, sorry, that haven't been focused around bot lane in Jarvan and Zoe. So we're seeing people really be pushed for champion pools in bot lane, And keep in mind, like ADCs and supports especially, it's not like top lane and mid lane bans where there's like 40, like 30, 40, 50 champions that you can play in that role and still be reasonably.
What?
Oh, that must be a place. That must be a placeholder.
Yeah, it must be a placeholder.
Yeah, like I was saying, there's much less. Hope that's it. Use Syndra. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Must use Syndra. Okay.
So, like I said, the Karma is most likely going to be flexed into that bot lane now. We'll probably see the. I mean, there are. If this was, every player can play every single champ. We don't know these players. You can still flex that Syndra into the bottom lane. You can still flex that Tristana into the mid lane. That Karma could still go top. That Silas could, he could go so many different places as well. So a lot of flexibility still in that click lineup. And the Nami being picked for Viperio as well to be paired with the Kai'Sa. That's what I mean. Like we've chipped away at these bot lane roles so much that we're seeing something like a Nami again, and the Kayle is very spicy.
Yeah, it's a pretty niche pick, but we've seen Karudo, I think, on it once during the regular season, and he performed pretty well on it. So I'm not too surprised to see it, but it needs to rank up and really just snowball a little bit, just wait for the scaling to kick in.
Yeah, well, it did receive changes recently that definitely helped Kayle out. She's not been in a great state for any sort of amount of time, really. I don't think since she got reworked she's ever been like OP. So it's great. It was great to see her get a bit of love in some of the patches. If you're someone that likes that kind of pick, I mean, I don't personally like the Kayle picks. I enjoy counter picking it because especially when it came out, it was so vulnerable because people just didn't know what to play against it, and it's so punishable. I'm honestly slightly surprised. We did see a Gnar being locked in at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't Akker's Gnar.
Yeah, Akker's Gnar. I mean, yeah, he'll know how to punish picks on that, and I imagine that it's not something that will punish it as much as like a Camille, for example. That kind of thing can really get in the face of a Kayle, bully it severely in the early game and take quite a few kills off it, or at least put them down 20, 30, 40 farm. I would expect something similar from Gnar, not necessarily in the early levels, because Gnar will struggle to harass it as much. He is still ranged. It's very short range, but hopefully once he picks up a few levels and once he starts to get his skills in Mega Gnar, he can start making life hell for Kayle.
Well, we're going to have to keep our eye on that matchup anyway, because Kayle, it feels so weak up until level 11, and then even up to a point until level 16 once you get your passive fully online.
Yeah, you are now ranged from level 6, which is great, especially in this particular matchup. Once Gnar hits 6, his trading power just explodes. If you watched UKLC at all and you see Sendo and how well he performs on Gnar, he is, as soon as he goes into Mega Gnar, he is popping that R on cooldown to try and get you down. He doesn't even necessarily have to get the kill with it, but just the amount of power he can get out in trades with it is significant enough to make the laning phase very difficult for you. Gnar's, I don't know when it was. It might have been a while ago. It might have been more recently. But Gnar's ultimate was also changed.
Yes,
the cooldown on it now is very, very low, even from level 1. And scaling up to level 16, it goes all the way down to 20 seconds. So literally every time you're Mega Gnar, you have your ultimate back up now.
I think it was changed about halfway through the season, something like that.
Yeah,
so,
possibly.
It was a great quality of life change for Gnar.
Yeah, I think it changes the way that you use the R quite a lot. It means that you're able to, like I said, use it in trades just to bully the opponent down a little bit. It doesn't have to be that big burst potential to make sure you secure a kill like it used to be kind of when you were playing Gnar. But no, I think it was great to propel Gnar back into the meta a little bit and make him a little bit stronger there.
So now we're just going to go through the motions as we get the drafts all set up, and then we can talk about the matchups. And we have Bendix, the S+ tier mid laner, on a Syndra. So we'll have to see how he can pilot this champion. Because we saw it yesterday where the 1v1 between Bendix and I think it was RP and Peace, DFG, and the Syndra was just popping him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe yes. This is the exact same matchup that we saw Bendix playing the Orianna side yesterday, and maybe he saw it Pardon me. Maybe he saw it yesterday and thought, you know what, I fancy doing that. So hopefully we can see a similar strength from Bendix on that matchup as he was abused yesterday. Because it honestly really surprised me how well Rip in Peace DFG was
Yeah.
able to handle Bendix, not just in that game, but in all three games. He was, if not beating him, he was going even with him. So
Mhm.
that really impressed me. And like I said, my honorable mention yesterday really was to Rip in Peace DFG to go against strongest player in the league, Bendix, and have that good of a performance was really commendable.
And it's interesting to see the Nami being picked up from Munch as well. It's something that we generally don't really see him on that sort of supportive champion. And Nami isn't really that popular in the current meta either. So talk to me a little bit about this matchup, Tristana Karma versus Kai'Sa Nami. It feels like the Tristana will start to outscale a little bit towards the mid game, but then Kai'Sa comes online in the late game, but so does the Tristana. So how does that really work out?
The scaling sort of matches up quite a decent amount. The thing that's occurred here is that obviously with the pools being pinched so much, Viperio have got the good ADC pick, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but then Click have got the better support pick. They're both double ranged, so it shouldn't matter too much in terms of push. Tristana will obviously auto push with her E passive. The Nami is a reason why it's not good in competitive at the moment. It's going to be okay for her in laning phase, but when you've got things like a Syndra, like a Gnar, like a Silas, that thing is going to be very easily popped, and Nami really has to be worried when things get to a later stage, not to go wandering about too much and make sure that she does have that assistance when she's going out to get some deep vision.
It's also a decent ultimate for the Silas to steal away both as an engage
100%.
or as a disengage. So
Hmm.
have to keep our eye on and see how Pravis will really use that ultimate. And if we look down the line, actually from the Viperio side, not the best ultimates to be stealing away. You can steal away the Oriana one, great effect. Kai'Sa one, not amazing, but can still do some work. And
Hmm.
uh, the kill, it can be used to great effect in some ways, but it's very situational.
Yeah, the Kale one would be one that he maybe look to steal more often. I think the Kazakhs one can help him a little bit. Obviously he doesn't actually get the Kazakhs passive off of being
Mhm.
invisible and going undercover, so that kind of ruins it a little bit. But I will expect him to be stealing the Nami ulti more often than not,
Yeah.
really, as much as he can, especially in those team fights. It's a great assistance for the Gnar to go in. Nar's not typical. He can be used as your main engage, very sparingly, but he's more follow up engage. You have to get timings very very right, and you have to be really good at Gnar, and you have to have a lot of team coordination to be able to effectively use Mega Gnar as your main source of engage. And without Pravius stealing the Nami ulti or something similar to be able to get them in there and cause a ruckus, they're really going to struggle with engage here. But then I think most teams will. Sorry, but both of these teams are going to struggle in that department.
Yeah, I feel like Silas can also be a source of engage, but if he doesn't have the backup of the rest of his team, he'll
Hmm.
be burst down so quickly because especially if he's going face to face with something like a Kha'Zix and then at a certain stage of the game, even the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm just trying to think of where the junglers want to put their chips early game. I think Previous will want to. I mean, the way that Click have played this whole split is Previous gives attention to mid lane and bot lane, and
Hmm.
Akers plays Gnar or he plays a blind pick and he chills out and he just does his best. But this is a lane that you can really exploit. Yesterday, the game, I think it was the game it might have been the game no, it wasn't the game that they lost. It was the game that was very close, and you
Hmm.
saw the NASA's matchup. And Previous,
Yeah.
I don't think he attended top once, and he didn't give any assistance to Akers whatsoever in a matchup that was really exploitable. And we have a similar matchup today. Kale will scale really hard
Hmm.
into the late game, and you need to be keeping her down early and exploiting her and getting as much gold out of her as possible. And I think that Pravis will need to assist Akers at times in that matchup, especially the early game, especially before 6 when she does get that range power. Um, Kha'Zix maybe will just try and look to match that. They're maybe like to see him pay a bit more attention to the bot lane. They will push with that Tristana.
Hmm.
The Karma ulti with E will allow them to escape a little bit easier, but there's still potential for them to make something happen in the bot lane.
Do you think that it might be a little bit of misdirection if we don't see Previous putting that pressure towards the top side early?
I mean, that's not the only place that he can go to. There are other avenues for him to explore. He might, in fairness, he can just go to the mid lane or the bot lane. That's what he's been doing all season. They're undefeated. It's been working. They managed to scrape by almost not yesterday, but you know, that's what they've been doing the whole time, and it's been working for them. So I'd understand if that was still his game plan going into it, and if that was his preferred method of assisting his laners in order to win the game.
Well, we are just about to load onto the Rift for our first game in this best of 3 in our grand final between Click and Viperio. Now, can Click take this 2-0 like a lot of people at home are expecting, or will Viperio maybe take it? It might be a close series after all. But we are loading onto the Rift now, and all questions will be answered in a few short minutes.
Certainly. Just taking a look at the rune choices. Not surprised that the Klepto top for the Kayle, especially now that, like I said, ranged at level 6, it's a lot easier to start proccing that as well. Kha'Zix's taking the classic Electrocute. Definitely a good choice for that one. Like I said, it will be really interesting to track and see where this Kha'Zix goes in the early game, see if he tries to take a little bit of an advantage of... what did I characterize it as yesterday? I wouldn't say it was chaotic, but it just wasn't... They weren't all together. They weren't all on the same page as yesterday, Click. And if the same happens here, that Kha'Zix can really take advantage of that, and he can get a lot of gold in his pocket for that.
Well, both teams seem to be in good spirits anyway, just spamming the all chat. Then just a couple of cheeky spells being thrown out. A little early vision.
Can you do the... I can't do it.
No,
oh, that was good. That was good. That was like 3 proper ones. I can get like past 2. Do... oh no.
We're just gonna annoy anyone wearing headphones. Sorry, headphones. Pretty standard starts from both sides though, both starting on their bot side quadrants.
Yep, maybe that does mean that Previous will be paying a bit more attention to the top side and going in there early-ish, I hope. May just be quick clear. Kha'Zix is moving down onto his golems now. Maybe trying for an early level 2 gank. They don't seem to have put any wards down. They wouldn't see the Kha'Zix yet.
But they... I have a sneaking suspicion the Previous will have started off towards that bottom side anyway because of the late push from OSP and Sentinel, and also the fact that I haven't spotted out Previous on the chickens yet, so they're pretty sure as to where he is.
Starting red side, I think for most junglers is preferred, because you're allowed to take the Krugs, which gives you a bit more XP in the jungle at the moment. I think most junglers would much prefer starting red side going into those Krugs, and nice little trade coming out there from Bendix to get his lane opponent a little bit lower. We do see the spellbook actually coming out from BB Muffin Scrunchy Abuser on that Orianna, so it'll be interesting to see how he utilizes that to his advantage.
And I think we actually saw that yesterday from Bendix himself, so he knows just the amount of damage that Scrunchy Abuser will be pumping out on this Orianna, or should do, and Previous is towards that middle lane, will burn the cleanse from BB Muffin. Nice trade of damage back though.
Yeah, and we see Previous also moving into this blue side jungle now. He's scoping things out a bit. He does have the pressure from mid lane. Or is he just going for it? He might just be going for an extra gank. They're pushing him down a little bit.
Yeah, looking for the stun, but don't think they found it. BB Muffin's being focused hard here in the early game.
Yeah, I mean he's only oh well, with that blue buff he is a little bit behind in this jungle right now. If Kha'Zix does want to make a trip towards that top lane with the wave crashing in, he does have the opportunity to do so. I don't think Na's low enough for you to crash the wave and dive, but it's up to him. He does have a little ward there, so he would spot it out if the Kha'Zix came up to him. So it's not too bad for him right now.
Decent trading happening all across the map as well, as OSP is quite low here. The bubble not going to connect much. Very low on mana here, so we'll find it a little difficult to find any openings in this bot side for the next few minutes. Kha'Zix towards the top side as well. Akkers. Pops Meganar.
Small little trades there. This is what I mean. Then, like, you want to. This shouldn't be when Kayle is winning the lane. Really, you want to be taking advantage of her in these very early levels, and just even CS top. Previous hasn't even put a mention, and he's had 2 ganks in the mid lane that haven't amounted to anything really. Cleanser's almost back up, and they're both even on CS. So Previous a little bit behind, and he hasn't really gotten anything for it so far.
He's a bit behind, and he got so low from his clear that he just had to back away, and it looks like Electro Athlete is just going to pick up this Rift Skull without any congestion. Might be able to get the second one at the top as well.
Yeah, do you see Smalley coming in the bot lane as well? We do see the Dragon. First one's going to be an Ocean, and it's coming up very, very soon. They do have the bot pressure from Aether to be able to move up and assist their jungler to do that if they do want to, but it looks like they're just going to head back here. Aether is very, very low on mana, so that's fair enough for them to back off here.
Should be able to pick up his tier on this back as well, which will help him out for the sustained lane and build towards... Oh, he's just going to go pickaxe instead. So building more for the early damage rather than for the mid to late game power spike.
Yeah, no, I think he wants to keep up the pressure he's had within this lane so far. And maybe want to be taking that Dragon early. But Previous moving into the red side there. The Kha'Zix is just waiting for him.
Yeah, they know he's there, and we'll be picking him out.
They just keep avoiding each other slightly. It happened happened around the blue buff as well when he was trying to go for the second gank.
They just don't want to give up first blood.
Yeah, very slow start to the game actually. I think
first game of grand finals. You want to make sure you start off strong.
Yeah, maybe a little nerves. No one wants to mess up in such a crucial game. Fair enough. And that is the level 6 hit from the Kayle now, so she will be able to CS from a range now and proc those Klepto stacks a lot easier.
And interesting roam coming out from Munch there, just in case something was to happen in the middle lane. And they were looking for something. Didn't manage to find anything, just gave a nice amount of solo experience and gold to Aether.
Previous going to go for possibly a little dive here. The Kayle has hit 6, got Gnar very, very low here, but he's about to go into Mega.
He is, and
just missed
Papa
it.
will miss the crunch though. Pops the ultimate, a lot of damage, forces the flash, and they get nothing from it. Burn a flash as well.
Kha'Zix is coming through as well. He's going to be able to get another pick.
Yeah, should be able to jump forward here. We'll use it, flash away, but that's first blood over the Electro Athlete. Now on the bottom side, that's a lot of damage on the Munch. We'll burn the heal now from Aether, but he's looking to trade some damage back. Level 6, not quite hit by either of the AD carries.
And suddenly we get a nice little burst of action there. Unfortunate from Akers that his E ultimate wasn't. It was so close, and if he did manage to hook him round and hit the tower with his ultimate, he probably would have gotten the kill there. A little bit unlucky from him, a little bit of a miscalculation. But it was good play from Electro Athlete to sense the play, move up, and manage to clean up a little bit as well. And they both got their flash.
Maybe if Previous had landed the E, the double E even, to get the stun, might have gotten a little extra damage onto Kenrudo. Might have actually traded 1-for-1 even, or it could have gone 2-for-1 because Previous was forced to flash really, really early.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that that dive could have worked if you did it before 6. Because yeah, having Gnar ulti is great, and it's a great little extra bit of damage to help get the laner down. But when you're diving a Kayle and she has level 6, it's a bad time to be going for it. It's just allowed her to stay alive there, and it wasted so much time that Kha'Zix was able to come up. He was able to get the pick off.
And Kenrudo is even going to be scaling even harder on this Kayle since he's decided to go for that more mana build. Tear of the Goddess and the pickaxe already picked up for him. Gnar,
and that's what I mean, the cooldown on that Gnar ulti very, very low.
Yeah, but decent amount of damage done by Akers. Kind of be traded back by Kenrudo. Will miss the clock tower. It was a good engage.
Yeah, no, like I said, it's good to just use that Gnar ulti off cooldown. You go in there, you take a nice trade. It puts your laner under a bit of pressure, but nothing much amounts to it afterwards. You do see him going down here to place a few wards in the enemy jungle, get a bit more vision for himself. Does not want to be dropping to that Kha'Zix again.
Definitely does not. It was a decent amount of gold, and we'll talk about that in a second. As Baby Muffin takes a lot of damage from the Unleashed Power from Bendix. We'll trade some damage back with his own ultimate. No kill pressure just yet. Although Kha'Zix is nearby, looking to make his way in. Flash is available for Bendix. We'll use it, but he goes down anyway.
Yeah, good use of the ultimate there. He just stayed out of sight so that Bendix didn't spot him out. And that's a Kha'Zix going 2-0, and he's on a bit of a spike here with his completed jungle item. He's got nothing else at this moment, but...
It's such a good early game so far from Viperio, as they're coming in as kind of the underdogs to this series. Click were undefeated up until yesterday in their series against NSG, where they dropped the second game. And Viperio are just looking so solid right now, but does it come down to the fact that Click is maybe a little bit of a slump?
I think that adds into it. I think that when things started in the league, I had Viperio pegged for first place. It didn't turn out that way, especially after a bit of action there. It didn't end up being that way, especially after Viperio did beat Click. But I think since after that game, a lot of people wrote them off. I think they lost one other game to another team early, but since then they've gone under the radar a little bit. They've just turned up and consistently performed. They've won a decent amount of games to put them in second seed. And I think if it was going to be any team to take them down, it would be Viperio. They are just the second best team in the league per seed, and from what we've seen in the league so far. It's only one game we've seen, so...
I think it was Radiant that Viperio lost their other game to. Click and Radiant, I think, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think the Radiant game did change a lot of people's opinions about the Viperio roster, and how good it actually was. Radiant were still seen as a pretty decent team, but they weren't seen by most as a first seed team, so it was a bit of an upset there. You do see Kha'Zix completing.
Yeah, OSP hopping in. We'll land the bubble here. Out comes the tidal wave as well. This could be another kill, and it will actually go over to the side of Viperio. Flashing away on the bottom side is Munch. Looking for something, but Acker's on the top side. That's another kill going over to Viperio now. 5-0. They're starting off strong.
Yeah, this is starting to look really bad for Click. It was very slow early game so far, but Viperio haven't really lost very much at all. And when you see the scaling in the top and the bot side for them and getting the early leads there, it's starting to look a little scary. There was just a bit of a miscalculation of damage in the bot lane. If OSP maybe was a bit more aware of how much damage he can actually pump out on the Tristana, it would have gone a bit differently, or they might not have gone for the engage overall. But unfortunate for them, it was very close, but ended up getting double killed there, and that's a lot of gold swinging into the side of Viperio.
I don't think that OSP anticipated the bubble landing, otherwise he would have flashed away from it.
Yeah.
Because he still has his flash available, and then he maybe underestimated the amount of damage that could come out from Munch and Aether combined.
Yeah, definitely. You do see two tower plates going over to OSP though, and that is going to even things out in the bot lane a little bit more. No real significant gold leads, more just 500 golds in each lane, and then the jungle, you see the almost 1k difference. That's where things are right now, and the Kha'Zix really is the playmaker you want to be watching at the moment to see where he takes his early lead.
Looking for it to go on to Scrunchy Abuser here. Will steal away the Orianna ultimate. Hasn't used it just yet. Will flash away from it. Uses his own Sentinel nearby now. It's good to get away from this tree versus... Whoa! He just flashes for nothing.
I think it was great setup there to try and catch out the Orianna. They got the stun off. Oh.
Yeah, looking for the wall. Not gonna find it. If he landed the wall up, that was just a Gnar against the wall.
Yeah. It was great. It was a great play to set up, and they're gonna pop the Herald in the bot lane now. Gonna pick up a few plates there, but they've got the whole team down there. They hit the stun on the Kha'Zix.
Jumping in, OSP bit off more than he too. Has to flash away. He got caught by the tidal wave. Nice buster shot, but he'll go down anyway. Electro Athlete will survive as Shelly does a lot of damage to this tower. It might be the first tower going down, and looks like it will.
I think we're starting to get more answers from the questions we had yesterday, and that is Click underperforming, or is it NSG just taking it to them? I think there were definitely some points on NSG that were performing well, but this is pretty abysmal from Click now, and they're falling extremely far behind now. It's taken quite a while for us to get the action out.
Yeah, Gnar against the wall though. Wallop will land as well as throwing the clock tower. Could be in a lot of trouble here. We'll pop the ultimate just by a little bit of space. Akkers. Clock tower will be flashed away from.
Maybe if he was a bit more aggressive with that flash, it could have just been a quick pop, I think. I'm not entirely sure what skills the KO would have had up to be able to get that last little 100 HP down, but better to be safe than sorry, as many say. And they probably don't want to give up this clean sheet of kills that they do have at the moment. I can imagine the question mark pings go on the first person that dies on the Viperio side here.
I mean, right now, and I hate to jinx it, but right now they're going for the perfect game. They haven't given up a kill, haven't given up a tower, haven't given up a Drake yet. So if they can keep it like that, if they can perfect game Click, that would be insane.
That would be a big statement to come into this final, and I think most people would still expect Click, even after the shaky best of series yesterday, to come out with the win, but a couple of ultis wasted there. That's going to slow down the tempo that Viperio have a little bit for a minute now. Kha'Zix still will have a lot of damage, and he still has a decent amount of surprise factor, but it will slow him down a little bit without that ultimate.
Definitely will, so you have to play a little bit more on the back foot now that those ultimates are offline. Next Drake coming up in the next 20 seconds, though, might be a point of contention. It will be a mounted Drake, so that will help out with any sieging.
You do see Previous backing now. He does have camp up in his blue side to take before he moves down to it, so definitely smart to go down there, but the prio is all on Viperio right now. They've taken the bot tower, they've pushed up their wave. I think they'll just take this uncontested. Yeah, Previous just going for his wolves, nothing much is going to happen on that, and I think they're just going to take that for free and move into the mid lane afterwards.
I think that's a pretty smart decision as well, because at this stage you're almost 5,000 gold behind Viperio, and you're in no real state to actually contest anything at this point. You have no vision around that objective, and now nice strike in the top side. Clock Tower will miss, has the flash available, will not have to use it just yet.
That's unfortunate. That Akaz is going in there to test and see how much damage both of these champions can do. And if he's not beating him right now in these fights, he's not going to beat him at any point in the game. The Muramana hasn't been stacked up very much at all, and Nas just hit his spike on Black Cleaver. He's got a bit of magic resist, but yeah, if he's not winning those fights now, this KO is going to just scale. Previous may have to go in here though.
Down, but Kenrudo has his ultimate available, so even if they go for this tower dive, it could just be disastrous.
And this is what I mean by I would prefer a much more aggressive pick in the top lane, and for them to change up their playstyle a little bit more. This KO could have been abused early. There were definitely opportunities for it. There were points where the wave was pushed up. There were points where the wave was diveable, pre-6 as well, and it just hasn't been taken advantage of. And
Electro Athlete in a lot of trouble here. Unleashed Power comes through, and he's the first one to go down on the side of Viperio. No perfect game for them today. Teleport came in from Actors as well.
Just one-shots him there, and a little bit sloppy from him there. He's given over the shutdown gold, and it's on the person you really don't want to be giving gold to. He dragged them out of the mud in one game yesterday and had great performances as well. It is that superstar factor that really pulled it through for them yesterday, and if he can get some gold in his pocket, some decent items on him, maybe he can do it again.
And it was such a nice Skyer of the Week that found the stun, allowed him to actually just take him out before the burst damage could come through from the Kha'Zix's. Scrunchy Abuser not gonna land the Abscond Abduct, so he's gonna get away.
You see how stacked up that Kale is on her.
Pretty far at this point. It's around 510.
Not too far off actually at the moment. And she's just been left alone in this top lane to be able to chunk that tower down, and I don't think Na's going to be able to defend this by himself anyway. Yeah, it's just going to go down, and they're going to go in as well.
He's going to go in with Killer Instinct though. Electro Athlete off to the side, flash forward, but the Cathian Rain will help Electro Athlete take him out.
Big burst coming out there, and that's what I mean now. If the Kha'Zix isn't the only threat you have to worry about. This Kai'Sa's scaling up. She's going to hit our Ginzu's very, very soon. I'm going to check the Muramana on her as well. Not as far gone as the Kale, but still significantly building towards that. I mean, the Kale's going to be a threat very, very soon. She's already hit level 13. She's getting closer and closer and closer to that level 16 mark with how slow paced the game is and how much farm everyone's just soaking up with the minimal amount of action. And Na's going to very much miss that tower gold that the Kale's managed to pick up there, and edge even closer and further ahead to the Gnar.
I think it's worth at this point to re-examine the matchup between Bendix and BB Muffin in the mid lane, because we saw this matchup yesterday. Bendix was on the opposite side, as we said, during Champion Select. He was the Orianna, and he got solo killed 2 or 3 times by RIP and Peace DFG, and Bendix just isn't stepping up to the plate in this game like we expected him to.
Yeah, no, even with the jungle pressure that he had in that early game, they didn't really manage to turn it into anything, and after that, Praevius really wasn't doing anything anywhere. I can't remember the last time he had a successful gank where he even blew a summoner. I mean, it's gone too past the laning phase now, where things have changed. There's not really an opportunity for that much anymore. But he's gonna go in here.
Yeah, but Skandar Duck, this should be a free kill onto the Kha'Zix. Bomb is on him. He might just about get away. He will. That just feels bad. One more auto and OSP had it.
Yeah, they have slowed the Orianna here. They will look to move up to him. The Karma is a bit faster.
Yeah, Tether up, Skandar Duck flashed away from. That's good flash from BB Muffin. Will manage to get away. Might look to re-engage here. Aether does land the Void Seeker.
Yeah,
not to go in.
That's a real feels bad. He was so close, and the shield almost wore out on him as well. That Kayle though, just hit the Triforce spike as well. She's gonna start to become a monster. Very close to that Mura mana as well.
And the thing is, this is Akker's Gnar. This is Praevius's Silas. These are champions they are comfortable on, they are known for. And they are just falling flat. And Viperio just swiped the Baron from underneath them.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can understand, like, it's a general strategy they've gone for, in that Akkers will take the Gnar or some other similar blind pick, and then they'll give the counter pick to Bendix. And it's happened. It didn't really happen in this game, actually. No, because
this was last pick Gnar.
Yeah, because they took the Syndra blind, and like I said, there's better things you can counter a Kayle with than a Gnar, and there's more priority you can be giving to it. Especially, even the Gnar is serviceable as a pick to try and bully the Kayle, but there was no pressure giving towards it, and it was put all the priority in other lanes, and it just hasn't worked out for them. They find themselves, pretty far behind already in this 20-minute game.
Yeah, we're 21 minutes in, and they're just under 7,000 gold behind. So it feels pretty bad if you're a Click fan or a member of the Click squad. But you said earlier on that you'd like to have seen an early game top laner to try and punish the early game hole that a Kayle generally is in. Would you have preferred something maybe like a Renekton?
Something like a Renekton, something like a Camille. Falling very low here though, and Silas is going to pick that up.
Could just go down, but uses the ultimate just to buy a little bit of space and decides not to burn the flash. I think that was the right decision.
It's almost like a repeat of the first game, where the Kayle/Nasus has now become too powerful for the Gnar to handle, so Gnar has just been pushed into these other lanes, and it's Bendix that's had to come up and pick up the pieces for the rest of his team. It's great for him to get that kill. Again, I said earlier, that's the one person you do not want to be giving gold to, because he can turn it into a win, and he's now 2-1, the only one on his team with a half reasonable KDA. He's picked up a couple of decent items there. The stopwatch as well will give him a lot of safety. Stopwatch on Praevius as well, so they'll have a decent burst on next team fight. Burst protection, sorry, on next team fight.
But I don't think that Viperio really mind going for these team fights, especially when Kenrudo has the ultimate available, because he has that fully stacked Mora mana, he has the 34 power spike, he's building towards maybe a Wit's End if he wants to go that direction with
I think a Wit's End would be smart for the team fights, and the amount of burst that could come out from a Silas and or Bendix if he manages to jump onto him. But no, I think Viperio are happy to just sit back and let this game scale out. Really, the Kayle's just going to get stronger and stronger. The Kai'Sa's just going to get stronger and stronger, especially stacking that mana Mine. I think at the moment they just want Kha'Zix to move around, get picks when he can, and the rest of the team just farm, and that's exactly what happened. And Click can't really do anything about it at this point.
Praevius just gets caught out here. Shockwave pulls him right back in, and Aether will get the kill credit there now. The scoreline of 4-0-1. He's sitting pretty, and they're just going to take this tier 2 tower in the top side as pretty much a 5-man unit as Electro Athlete is off to the side. Nothing they can do to try and defend this. Out comes the Tile Wave now, and in goes Electro Athlete, forced to flash out Gnar onto 2, but that isn't quite enough just yet. Scrunchy Abuser so low, but Akkers will go down. That's 2 kills in this fight, and they get the tower.
Yeah, great wallop there from the Gnar to be able to try and bring something back from the team fight, but unfortunately, nothing does end up occurring. I mean, there was such great vision cover from Viperio in his red side jungle that Pravius moving out, he's not doing anything. He feels he has to go and try and make something happen before the scaling does just get too much, and he gets called out, and it leads into a team fight, and that's just more gold going away.
Shockwave, Bendix down to half already. Scare of the Weak finds the stun, but he doesn't have the ultimate available, so no kill pressure onto BB Muffin there. Just gonna reset the map now on the side of Viperio. Back, spend all the gold that they got from that last team fight, and Aether now sitting on 3 items, doesn't have the fully stacked more mana just yet, but he's almost there, and he's gonna be pumping out the damage when he finds someone to put the damage onto.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this game has just felt like a bit of a slow bleed from Click since Kha'Zix, and especially in the bot lane, Aether and Munch managed to get that double kill. There's not really been many signs of life apart from a couple of shines from Bendix when he's been able to go into side lanes and get a pick off, and that's really only where Click has shown any signs of life. As I say, Akkers is, he had a decent ulti to wall up on that last team fight, but he's just irrelevant in this side lane now, especially with UKEL picking up that Ginzu's Rage Blade. She's kind of unstoppable in this side lane now. Hopefully Viperio know how to execute the split push comp a little bit better than NSG yesterday with the Nasus, and then again they are also much more ahead than NSG were.
Yeah, a 10,000 gold lead at 25 minutes. You're feeling pretty happy if you're a Viperio fan. I know there's some Viperio fans in the chat there. 30 seconds left on the next objective. That will be the Ocean Drake, the second Ocean Drake of the game, and if Viperio pick that up, they'll be pretty happy to have that at least taken away from an opportunity to take 4 Click, and Baron now in the next 30 seconds.
Oh no, you hate to see
it.
it
Flashes over the wall.
That's just kind of a greedy back. That's just kind of a greedy back as well. You might as well just walk back at that point if you know that people are roaming around in the jungle. You know that Kha'Zix is going to be looking for blood, but again, this is exactly what Viperio just want to do. Let Kha'Zix go around and make his picks in the jungle, allow people to scale. The Kael's just soloing the dragon here, going to take it up pretty easily. Again, it's just a slow bleed. I feel like they have to try something, otherwise they're just going to lose it. I'd much more admire.
Great Shockwave, now in comes the teleport. Bubble will connect as he tries to hop away. Electro Athlete picks that one up, tower will go down as well. Now they're onto the inhib. And the AoE damage coming out from Kenruda as well it's kind of disgusting to see it land. Stun will connect onto Electro Athlete. Will manage to get away though. Not in range 4 to use the Unleashed Power to try and pick him up. Now Baron is live, so they will be going over onto that objective.
They need to be doing this before the inhib tower goes down though, and again, I'd much more admire if Click went out there and thought, you know what, with those kind of champions they have, with the dragons that they have, it's just going to get worse for us the longer this goes on. We need to try and make something happen now with a great Gnar engage. It's still possible, especially when you're in the situation that with the side lanes and the Gnar ultimate, it's much easier to make an engage happen and ult people into the wall than it is for a mid lane fight. And I feel like that would have been a much better. That would probably have been the best opportunity they have for the rest of the game to try and make something happen. But they just let the tower go and they end up dying for it anyway.
They're in no position to really go for these fights, but they kind of need to go for a desperation fight, trying to push them away. Once the tower was up, as you said, like once it was still alive, pumping out some damage, that's the opportunity to go for this last-ditch effort.
Yeah, definitely. It's just slow bleed is what I would characterize this game as. Slow bleed.
And Pravius is just trying to get away in his own jungle cure instinct. He flashes away, but doesn't really do much to help him out. He goes down yet again, only has the pro belt to his name, 2.5 items on Electro Athlete. And as you said, it is just that slow bleed. Super minions pushing into the top side now as They got a siege in this middle lane and bot lane at the same time.
Yeah, we got the super minions going in there. Bendix will do his best
Oh, he just flashes forward. Dissonance just strikes him down.
Yeah, that's when there's so much damage and there's so many items on these Viperia members that anyone they want to, they can just pop like that, and Kayle can just walk up and do that. She can do whatever she wants at this point. She's hit her level 16 spike. She's got 3.5 items on her as well, and they're just gonna finish. They should just finish the game here. I mean, they can just sit and wait, but
nothing that Click can really do to try and respond to this.
No.
It looks like it will be the first game going over to Viperio in this best of 3 in the grand finals. Last ditch effort here. Nar will not connect onto anyone. Kayle looking for the kill as the wallop comes down. Will not find anyone. That's 2 kills now. Make that 3. Once Pravis goes down here, make that 4 as OSP just comes back online, and they're just padding their KDAs. Aether will take Bendix down 19-3, 30 minutes into the game, and they get the first win in the series.
how anticlimactic for Click if this is repeated next game. I mean, going undefeated into the playoffs, and you have a rough series against NSG. Fair enough. People have off days. Anything can happen. But that was even more embarrassing than what we saw yesterday. I mean,
It was
they
a
showed
stomp.
they showed no signs of life throughout the early game.
Mm-hmm.
Bendix had some nice little shines where he managed to pick people out in the side lane, but you can't just rely on him to drag you through this game. You need to be making the plays correctly yourself. You need to be calculating the damage correctly. You need to be prioritizing the right lanes early game, and just none of that happened. Nothing happened.
Is it all down to the fact that Click is just in a slump, though, or is it like a playoff buff for Hyperia?
I mean, the games yesterday against Bulldogs weren't even that clean, were they?
I don't think I wouldn't have called them one-sided, but I wouldn't have said that really that Bulldogs kind of took it to them, you know?
Yeah. No, I would agree there. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Just have a look at these damage. Like again, the Kayle just in that side lane, just gonna pump out a huge amount. The Kaiser as well. Surprise! Well, you can say
Aether went 7-0 in that game as well. He didn't die once.
Yeah. No. I mean,
3 deathless players on your team. That's a great start to the grand finals.
they picked scaling, and they said to Click, "What are you gonna do about it?" And they didn't do anything. Anyway, we'll go to a short break, and when we're back, we'll have the second game where hopefully Click will show a bit more of their stuff and show what they can do for us. We'll catch you in a few minutes.
Up in the stars. Now I know I'm not too far away from you. I want you back inside my arms. This distance got me feeling so alone. It's true. I've been waiting so long. I've been waiting so long just to see you. I've been sleeping alone. I don't wanna let go. Forget you. I'll be waiting. Wash your hands so clean tonight. You can meet me on the other side. We're impatient like young gods. Feel the shift in the air with me, and the light is what you can't see. Keep on dreaming against all odds. We are the ones about to break the mold. The curtain call, now we'll start the show. We are the ones about to lose control. We are the daylight.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals between Viperio and Click. We saw a surprising turn of events where Viperio pretty much stomped Click in that first game, and now we are into Champion Select for our second game. Can Viperio go 2-0 in the grand finals?
I mean, if it's anything like last game, then almost certainly. If comps stay the same, if Click's attitude and playstyle doesn't change, then almost certainly, yeah. Um, I was more critical than I was singing the praises of Viperia last game, but I feel that was just more because Click just didn't really do anything and just let Viperio scale. I think there were some really good plays coming out for Viperio, and there's a lot of initiatives shown, especially in Electro Athlete's role. Oh, no mistake there, maybe. Hopefully we'll get that sorted out soon. But yeah, I just feel it was more inactivity on the side of Click than super great, amazing plays coming out from Viperio. I think Viperio played very well and were able to punish a lot of stuff that Click did try to do, and that was good, and they managed to negate any of Pravious's ganks quite well as well. But I think it was more Click making mistakes than Viperio necessarily playing extremely well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that sentiment, and it's really weird coming to this series because we expected it to be really close or Click favored, especially with how they played during the regular season, and now with yesterday and today, they feel like they're in a bit of a slump, like there's something off. I'm not quite sure if it's a little bit of a miscommunication issue or if they're just having a couple of off days, but they're not showing the strength that they showed during the regular season and what we really expected from them, especially on the champions that they're known for. Aku's Nar, Previous on the Silas, and Bendix, he's just known for being good on everything.
Yeah, no, it's disappointing sort of overall, I think, as well. Bendix is, like in that last game, managed to give them little bits of life, managed just to get a few kills off. I think if he didn't have the initiative to go in those side lanes and get those kills, it could have just been a very, very clean game from Viperio with 0 deaths. But it's not enough to carry you throughout the entire game. The rest of the team really need to pick up the slack and not expect Mendix to do everything for them.
He can't 1 versus 9 every game. OSP and Akers do need to step up to the plate a little bit more, and we can also give it a little bit down to the lack of jungle pressure that we expect from Previous. He's normally a lot more proactive, a lot more substantial in his games, especially with that, the jungle synergy with the mid laner.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like I said, I think it's a fault in the one playstyle they seem to have developed, and it brought them a lot of success, but now when they were faced with something else, they didn't really change it up at all. They didn't think, oh, maybe it's better to hard counterpick top here and maybe put a little bit of pressure in top. Like, there was one gank top that was good, but it was kind of mistimed because it was when Kayle had just hit in 6, and it's very hard to dive at someone that has that sort of invulnerability when you're under tower, and it manages to... When you go for a gank top and it ends up giving the enemy jungler a kill, it hasn't really worked out.
No, it really doesn't work out that way. Not in your favor, at least. Do get a couple of jungle bans now coming out with the Olaf being taken away on the side of Click. A little bit of a change up to what they had in the last game, but still no adaptation to the draft that we saw in that last game. No taking away of the kill just yet. Maybe they don't think that was really what the problem was.
I mean, if they're going to see, if they see something like the Kayle or like a Nasus like we saw yesterday, and something that really hard scales in the late game, and they counterpick it this time hard, and they put a bit prio in top and make sure that it is punished, then fair enough for not getting rid of it. But we do see Aether, the ADC pool was pinched by the side of Viperio again, and he manages to get one of his favorite picks there on the Lucian. And a little bit more of an early game playstyle coming out there from them, maybe hinting towards a slightly different playstyle as we saw last game from Viperio. And that leaves the Xayah open for OSP. Bit more conventional ADC picks here. I mean, Tristan is fine. She has the flexibility, but she's just not as good as Lucian and Xayah and Caitlyn and Kai'Sa as we would expect in those bot lanes at the moment.
Now, do they lock in the Rakan at this early stage? Do they pick up their jungler? There's a lot of different things that they're able to do right now.
I think you picked the... Oh, okay.
Yeah, just blind pick an Ahri.
I don't know if that's a proxy pick, because I don't think it's something you would expect him to just blind pick, especially in that position as well. I'll have a little check. Yeah, I've got a little message here. Let's have a look. Ari is Casio. Okay, that's a better blind
Okay, I
pick
was
to have.
thinking.
And Bendix had a great game on it yesterday. We're sort of switching sides here a little bit more, and it's now Click taking up that late game scaling that maybe that's the style that they just want to go for. They saw what happened last game and they're like, okay, that's actually the style that we want to play. But with the aggressive early game picks, the Lee Sin now being taken up as well, Viperio, especially from last game, seemed to be the team that want to put the foot to the pedal, and I feel like they're going to be taking advantage of these scaling picks much more than Click were.
I definitely think so, but we'll have to see if they can reach that late game stage, or mid game stage at least, for some of the scaling to actually kick in, because as you said, they have the early game Lucian, early game Lee Sin, so if they can be proactive in this early game and make their plays count, then they can just run away with it.
Yeah, Sejuani pick coming out there last for Pravius as well. They are definitely going for the safety and the scaling there. Sejuani fallen out of favor a little bit since her nurse, but still a confident, strong jungler in the meta right now.
Take away that Braum now so that you can't pair that up with the Lucian. I think that's a very smart idea to do, but there are a lot of different supports that you can pair up with the Lucian, such as the Yuumi. We've seen that run and gun sort of comp quite a lot, but they will take away the Rakan, so we won't see the Lovers duo in that battle.
Yeah, I was worried we were going to just see the support pool be pinched even further then. Both teams still to pick their supports as well, so it would have been advantageous for Click to maybe keep banning those things out, see what they can do, and then take the next best available pick on as they get the first one afterwards. But taking away the Fiora may indicate to what top laner they're going for here. They would have. I don't understand. Maybe they're just looking to blind pick top then here and give counter pick to bot lane. I don't know. I don't know why you'd ban Fiora otherwise, because you're not really worried about a blind Fiora. A blind Fiora you can counter.
Well, we saw Cho'Gath yesterday.
They're just going to stick with the same. They're just going to stick with the same play style that they've had throughout the entire split of Akka's blind pick, not going to give him any pressure from the jungle, give pressure to the other lanes, and Cho'Gath's a bit more of an achievable pick maybe than the Gnar we've seen.
That means they're counter-picking support.
Other games. Yeah, fair enough.
It's an interesting strategy.
Yeah, I think it was smart from Viperio. I don't think that Click would have saved that blind pick till last, but I think it is smart for them to take away the Kled, as banning Fiora is definitely an indicator that you're looking to try and pick Kled or something like that, to try and give yourself a bit of an advantage, and the Morgana taken on Viperio. A lot of CC to be negated there, actually. Not a bad pick at all. And then we go.
Kayle once again.
We see the Kayle again, and I don't see Cho'Gath being able to punish it that well. He's going to have a strong early game from that, and once they hit 6 again, I think a similar situation is just going to happen in the top lane where he's going to be outscaled. He's much more vulnerable to ganks as well.
What I kind of like about the Cho'Gath into the Kayle is that you have such an instant ultimate that can just take them out of the game.
There is
they have no time to react with the intervention.
They have a small cast time, I think, on the Cho'Gath R. I think you'd have to be very, very, very quick in your reactions to get the Kayle ultimate down. Yeah. But there is like a sort of Cho'Gath goes in and he goes like...
I think there's about 0.5, maybe less of a time.
Very small, very, very small. So yeah, like I said, you have to have very, very good reactions. But
it's gonna be better than Faker to react to that.
Yeah. But hopefully we won't see a similar result again with that Kayle just being allowed to scale. We do have a very, very different bot lane coming out here, though. Much more of an early game from both of the teams, actually, in the Xayah and also with the Lucian and the Morgana. It'll be interesting to see what happens there with the jungle attention as well.
But what do you think of the Soraka, if that is a Soraka, that was last picked there for Sentinel? It's something that we haven't seen in the meta in quite a while. It used to be in the meta a few months back over in the LCK, and it was seeing a resurgence in solo queue in the LCK as well. Well, over in Korea, I should say, at that time. So, what do you think of the pick overall?
I don't think it's good. Um,
I don't like Soraka's anyway.
no.
Solo queue or competitive anything, I just hate seeing a Soraka, but that's just me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's good. I'm trying to think of other now that the bans have been they're just doing filler bans obviously because they
Yeah.
just had a proxy pick. So I can't actually remember. I think it was there were quite a few supports being pinched away.
Mhm.
So maybe that's just Satanel's next
It was
best.
Zoe, Olaf, and Nautilus for the first rotation for Click.
Okay. I mean, Satanel, he's a Janna player. Soraka's definitely, quite close to Janna on that sort of like
Mhm.
e-girl, if you want to
Just
say
keep
it,
them all alive.
support.
I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it. You said it for me.
Yeah, no, Satanel does actually have like a very like stereotypical e-girl champion
Mhm.
pool. But yeah, no, fairness. If he's comfortable in the Soraka, similarly to the Janna, if he wants to play it, fair enough, go for it, mate. Um, but like I said, much more scalability on this click side now. You've got the Cho'Gath that's going to scale and just become a monster tank, similar with the Sejuani. A lot of damage is going to be on Bendix again, and OSP coming out as well. A lot of pressure on those two to perform again, like they did yesterday when they had good games in the NSG series.
Mhm.
Um, just going to cut over just so we can have a little look more at these bans and picks as they're being shown.
But we did see this Cassiopeia into Oriana matchup yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and Bendix was on the Cassiopeia side,
Mm-hmm.
and he was looking a little worse for wear. So I'm kind of worried about his Cassiopeia at this stage. It could turn out really, really well because they do have decent scaling. But then on the other side for Viperio, they have decent early with the Lucian Lee Sin, and then they have decent scaling with Oriana Kale.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's the late game scaling from Viperio will definitely hold out. The Lucian will fall off a little bit, and the Lucian obviously as well. I do if it does get to very very hard late game, Click definitely do have a significant advantage with the kind of picks that they do have, but it's not too lost for them. I think a lot of prio from Electro Athlete needs to go into this bot lane. You want to try get these picks very far behind and in the mid lane as well, and you maybe want to try transition that lead from the bot lane into the mid lane as well. The Cho'Gath is punishable early. It's quite an easy champion to gank, especially with his auto pushing when he pops his E and stuff like that. Um, but I do want Electro Athlete to be prioritizing this bot lane and trying to help that Lucian get as ahead as he can in the early game. It could. I don't think it won't be a very very early win from Viperia if they do get a lot of pressure on the Lucian and allow him to get really far ahead. I think the Kayle will take a bit too long to come online, but I think Kayle will get way more Klepto stacks off in this matchup than she did last game. Into a Cho'Gath, obviously.
Yeah, it's because of the melee versus range difference. But
Hmm.
I think we have to speak about the fact that Kenrudo got the kill again this game,
Hmm.
and the fact that Previous pretty much ignored Kenrudo the entire game last game. Do you think
Hmm.
that will change up so that he'll prioritize the kill a little bit more, try and get the choke at the head, or is it just straight up stick to Bendix and OSP?
No, I mean last game I think it was the right decision to make, but this game I don't think you want to at all. I think you just want to let Cho'Gath chill out in that laning phase. I think
Mm-hmm.
that's probably what he's going to do anyway. He'll try and not necessarily push for their lanes to go ahead and try and get kills in those lanes because it's very difficult for him to gank, especially that bot lane.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's able to negate the Lee Sin and just make sure he kind of follows there, just be there for the counter ganks. I think that's the most important job for Previous at the moment in this early game. Just try and negate that Lee Sin influence in the early game as much as he can. And if he does manage to do that, I think they'll be feeling pretty good around 25, 30 minutes with the Cassiopeia and the Zyra if they're not too far behind.
Hopefully they won't be too far behind because I'd love a 3 game series for the grand finals, and it's Click. I don't want them to go down in a 2-0 versus Viperio. I want them to be able to, stand up, show themselves that they can be counted as one of the best teams in our league because they were the best team in our league for 7 weeks in a row.
Hmm.
And then they lost 1 game yesterday versus NSG, and now they're down 1-0 in the grand finals.
Yeah, no, and again, I think it would be anticlimactic for both teams if it was just a straight stomp from Viperio again. I think that Vol Viperio would certainly be very happy. I think they would have been expecting a bit more of a fight, and
Mm-hmm.
although it'd be great to just take a 2-0 and it'd be a nice little haha, we just absolutely stomped you. I think it does feel a bit nicer to be able to really fight for it, and you get much more of a sigh of relief and a bit more ecstasy from the end of the game if it was really hard fought and you do manage to take it out in the final. But when you also look at the side of Click, it'd just be a bit embarrassing really to go the whole split being touted as the #1 team, undefeated, have a little bit of a shaky series yesterday, and then to come into this and just get stomped and get rolled.
I think that is how we can describe that last game. It was an utter stomp. I think it was 19-3
Certainly.
in terms of kills, and it's just not what we expected from one of the best teams in our league, if not the best team in our league. And they're really not showing their caliber in the last couple of series, even against NSG, one of the lower placed teams that managed to make their way to the semifinals. They even dropped their first game of the season to them.
Yeah, and I in this early game, I'm going to be looking forward to where this Lee Sin, similarly as he was on the Kazakhs, and what he wants to do in this early game and how he wants to pressure things out. I think it's going to be a lot of the, especially early results of this game, and what will really tell for the rest of it overall is how well this Lee Sin operates in this early game, and if Bravius is able to neutralize his threat early as well. And if he's able to make things happen, we could end up seeing another early win. If he's not, it could allow Bendix and OSP to scale to a point where they're just unstoppable. And with that comp and the amount of protection that they have, it's going to be very difficult for Viperio to stop them, really. And we are into game now. Just going to check that out, have a look through the runes. We have a few technical issues just having with my co-caster now, unfortunately. Oh, there we go. I can hear you now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a technical issue here. I can't hear James, but I can hear the game.
I wonder if the stream can hear me. Can you hear me, stream? Please answer.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
They can hear me. You can't hear me. What is going on? We'll just have to work. We've been casting.
I can hear you off the stream.
Oh, you can hear me off the stream. Well, we can either work psychically, or you're just gonna have to try and respond to me with 2-second delay. Might have to restart a Discord call or something.
Wait, no, I fixed it.
Oh, ideal.
Yeah.
That's a little bit weird.
They're completely screwed up on me. So it had to happen in the grand finals. We had to have some sort of technical issue.
That's fine. Very, very short-lived. And it's thankfully there wasn't a big invade. They did go in and get a few decent amounts of vision, but nothing too significant happening in the early game. So just see Pravius starting up on this blue, and we'll see Lee Sin on the red. Similar start to last game from both junglers. Be interested to see where they put that prio in the early game.
Yeah, pretty standard start, but I would like to mention that this is the first game in both series so far that OSP has decided not to opt in for the teleport. He has decided to go for the heal instead, and it is actually Aether that has gone with the teleport on his side.
I thought it was the other way around last game.
OSP had teleport and Aether had heal.
Oh, yeah,
OSP,
yeah.
This is the first time he's had heal and not teleport.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Full of all those quick stats, you know?
Hell yeah. See both junglers just clearing out their camps. Pravius moving in towards his top side now. Clear out the walls, will take the Raptors as well. And like I said, the Cho'Gath's just going to auto push that lane pretty hard in.
Some light trading in the top side as well, thanks to the E from the Cho'Gath. OSP actually down to about half health here, thanks to a lot of the poke coming out from Aether and Munch. So far, these junglers haven't been making their marks on the map just yet, but pings are coming out towards the top side, so Electro might make his way up there. It has been warded, so he will be spotted out if he does decide to do that. Looks like he's going for an invade instead.
Yeah, the red hasn't actually been taken from Previous yet. He's gonna move into there, see if he can spot him out, but he's not gonna be spotted on that ward that Aka's had. Previous is very close to him though. You can see Kale going in for a trade hit.
Nice dodge away from the rupture, but go look for the resonating strike. Sonic wave. Nope. Not gonna land anything.
That's unfortunate. I don't think there would have been a kill even if the Sonic Wave did land, but Cho'Gath with his again passive, we saw it yesterday in the series as well. He's just going to heal up nice and easily on those minions as they come into his tower, and he's not going to be too worried about that. Did have to blow his flash, obviously. It's going to be quite significant in a regank. Hopefully Electro Athlete moves back up there and punishes that no flash on Cho'Gath, because he is very, very susceptible to ganks now.
He definitely is, and Sejuani has been spotted out by a ward there in the river, so just gonna move up and try and push him away from this Rift Skull. Leaving Muffin moving down as well, but he didn't manage to pick it up.
Yep, nothing too much happening in the early game so far, just like last game. I think both teams will be happy with that overall, with the Kale, I suppose, and the scaling they have, but I think it's good from Click to.
Yeah, looking for something, but Fell of the North not gonna connect to land the Permafrost. But he's been more proactive than he was in the last game as Lee Sin comes towards the top side, jumps forward with the Safeguard, doesn't have the ultimate available, but looking for the damage. Akers very low here. Rupture will not be able to connect onto anyone. Akers will go down. First blood to Electro Athlete.
Yep, great for him to go up there and punish the no flash on him. Like I said, Cho'Gath's going to be constantly pushing up the wave if he pops his E on the minions, and with no flash, you got to be expecting that. You got to think Lee Sin's just ganked me. He's going to be back very, very soon, but there's not much you can do.
Yeah, Sejuani once again towards the bottom side though, goes forward with the Arctic Assault. Out comes the Dark Binding as well. The Permafrost connects. Not going to find any kill pressure towards this bottom side, but I like the proactivity from Previous.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully we see exactly what Electro Athlete just did. Previous, hopefully he'll move back down to this bot lane to support them a little bit more and try and punish the no flash on Munch.
And that's exactly what you need. You need to try and get OSP ahead here and try and negate the early game power from the Lucian. But Lee Sin, once again towards the top side, uses the Q, dashes in, and comes the teleport now. Yep. Gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Safeguard to try and get to safety. Out comes the Miasma, just gonna ground him down. He should be taken out. Bendix finds his first kill of the game. Kenrudo in a little bit of trouble. Manages to flash away.
Great TP from Bendix there to be able to sense out the play. Goes in and gets rewarded for it as well. BB Muffin is gonna pick up a plate, but I don't think he'll be too worried about when he's taking a kill, and also a plate himself.
Yep, they will split that turret gold towards the top side, 80 gold apiece for the plate. Does put him.
And it looks like they're going to go again before the Kale hits 6.
Yeah, they're just going to try and ground him down, and Twin Fangs will help out Akers pick up his first kill of the game. Will help out in that top side, now about 400 gold above Kenrudo, even with the Kleptomancy in his pocket.
Yeah, much better. That's exactly what you need to do. I mean, the TP was more of a counter ganking play, but you stick around there, you get the Kale when you have the chance before she has that 6. You dive her then, and it reaps the rewards for them, and that's going to bring Akers much more level. And actually, did you say he was ahead? Yeah, no, he's ahead by a decent amount of chunks of gold now. And that's also, it's not only the tower plates and the kill, it's also the amount of CS and experience that Kenruto's going to miss out on now, and he's going to just get back to his tower for a little bit more, but that's also Click now taking the dragon as well, and it's great for them to be making the proactive plays. Oh no, sorry, that's
Viperia taking the dragon.
Viperia.
Yes.
I'm inting.
Normally teams switch sides, but they all decided to opt in for the same sides for all 3 games, so blue side for Viperia all 3 if it does end up going to the 3rd game, and so far it's looking half decent for Click, not like we saw in the last game. A lot of damage with the Trained Fangs will be pulled back by the Shockwave. Not a lot of kill pressure, and had the flash and heal available in that mid lane, so he wasn't too worried about going down. Rupture connects on the top side. Just get a little bit of chip damage. And further trading in the mid lane. Still no heal used. Great tempering of, well, great patience from...
Oh no.
Is Naruto top side. Yeah, it has to pop the ultimate just in case. Sentinel now in a lot of trouble, has to flash away. Dark Binding will not connect. Naruto in a lot of trouble. Will go down with the help of the E.
Nice play, doesn't even need the ultimate. He made a bit of a whiff of that when the Kale popped ultimate and he decided to go anyway, but still great for him to move in there, and his flash has just come up now. Akers is in a really good spot now in this top lane. He's about to complete his Abyssal Mask as well, and that's going to give him a lot of power, and it looks like they're going to take this top tower as well for the first gold.
Yeah, heal comes through from OSP. Out comes the Soul Shackles. Might be able to find a double kill here if he gets the outplay, but no, he cannot. Just finds the 1-for-1, but at least you get that.
Yeah, almost a double kill. Pretty good play from OSP here, and this is more of the click that we want to be seeing. More proactive in the early game.
Lando flashes forward. That's a good use of the ultimate. This should be a free kill here. Almost misses the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike can't come through either. Flash forward, looking for the return kill. Will kick him back. Looking for the second kill, though. Ooh, that's a good ward hop, but Permafrost will secure the double kill for Pravius.
Yeah, no, he was still going down there. Not much he could do to get out of that. And yeah, much better counterplay from Click this time.
And as you said, this feels a lot more like the Click that we know from the regular season. They're up by 2,000 gold, which is a decent start, coming up towards the 10-minute mark. 2-0 now for Pravius. He's been a lot more effective, a lot more proactive in this early game than we saw on his fabled Silas, and also Akers doing much better on this Cho'Gath into the Kale than we saw on the Gnar.
Yeah, much better play all round from the players, really. It was a great start from Bendix with that TP to get the ball really rolling for them, and the rest of the team have reciprocated that, and yeah, it's more Click punishing Viperio now than it was Viperio punishing Click.
And the Archangel Staff is now picked up by Bendix, so he'll have his first full item. We'll be stacking that up as he goes later in the game. Lee Sin towards his middle lane looking for something, but Bendix, I think his Spidey sensors are kind of tingling. He knows his flash isn't available, and Shockwave comes through. Atlas Miasma might have enough damage here, as Bendix will get the use of his passive, and Bendix will pick up the kill, but might give up his life for this. He doesn't have the flash, and Munch will pick up the kill.
Nice little trade there.
Phase Rush. Phase Rush. Very useful.
Indeed, indeed. We do see the other dragon coming up very soon. It is going to be an Ocean Drake. It's going to be up in about a minute. We do see the Rift Herald online as well. With the amount of prio and pressure that Akers has in the top lane now, I will want Pravius. And look, they're going to... It's almost as if I'm in their brains. And it's great for them to start that up when they have the prio and the pressure in the top lane right now. And hopefully Akers does have his ultimate up, so that'll be a nice little stack for him as well.
And hopefully they can use it in this middle lane, get a nice amount of gold from the tower plates there, since it is pre-minute 14.
Yeah, that'll be a huge amount of gold, hopefully going into the pocket of Bendix there to just ease him along a little bit, allow him to get the spikes that he needs that much quicker.
And he did pick up the stack on the Rift Herald, so that's a good little thing for Akers to have in his back pocket.
Ideal.
Now, just a trading of tower pressure here as Pravius is towards that mid lane. Has the Rift Herald actually on Akers instead, so might use that towards the top side here just to deal a sizable amount of damage on that tier 2. Surprising that they decided to give it over to him rather than use that towards the middle lane.
I think it's more that they want to wait for 3-man to come in. They want Akers to be able to push his wave up, then roam into the mid lane as 3-man, and like I say, pop the Herald here.
Muffin trying his best to get a little bit of damage onto Shelly there as Munch comes toward the middle lane. And
they're sending all members actually.
Yeah, they kind of want to defend Shelly as much as possible, get as much damage onto this tier 1 tower as Shelly does go down. Rotation comes through from Akers and from the bot lane, but decide to back away. It is just an Ocean Drake. That is the first Drake of the game, but it looks like they're going to start that off in the next couple of seconds, and they do. Lee Sin is nearby though, might try and steal it, but out comes the Smite, Arctic Salt over the wall looking for it. Out comes the Glacial Prison, gonna dodge away with the Ward Hop. Will take the Sejuani with them. It's a nice kick to get out of dodge.
Yeah, unfortunately he had to blow that there, but it's good play from Pravis to be able to stick it to him as much as possible and force him to blow that ultimate.
Both teams still in good spirits as a little bit of banter goes into the all chat there. And Pravis now towards his bot side. I think he picked up the Krugs there. Arctic Salt over towards the red buff. And he might be collapsed upon here if he's not careful. Aether will dash over the wall. Sonic Wave is available. Chose not to take it just yet. Just make sure that they can secure this kill. Will go over to Aether. That's a nice amount of shutdown gold as he has some grievous wounds to deal with the Soraka too.
Yeah, a little sloppy there from Pravius. He knew that they had time to reset there and they came back in and just pick him up. A little bit too greedy in the enemy jungle, trying to take too much away.
A little bit overzealous there, I think you could say, from Pravius. Since he knew from the priority that was given in that bottom side that Aether and Munch could make their way quicker towards that red buff. So, and also since Electro Athlete had just backed who would be able to make his way over there as well, so he should have known that they were able to collapse on him.
A significant amount of this, well, of what was a gold lead, which is much more evened up now, was in that top side, and although the Cho'Gath is going to be a great front line for you, it's not going to be the damage that you really need. It'd be much nicer to have it on the Cassiopeia or the Xayah potentially. And Aether now, with the kill in his pocket, scale up a little bit more. He's still yet to build his first item, so hopefully he'll be picking that up soon. Try to abuse the early power of this Lucian a little bit more. It is a shame they haven't managed to break open this bot lane more. Lee Sin chose to put his pressure more top, and it hasn't worked out unfortunately for them. We do see Pravius camping in this little bush here. He's all alone there, Aether.
Yeah, just gonna push forward to get some damage onto this tower. As Electro Athlete's gonna make his way towards the bot side. Out comes the culling. Does a sizable amount of damage, but will be stopped by the Equinox there from Sentinel. In comes the teleport now, looking for the flank. Sonic Wave comes out. Out comes the Glacial Prison as well. They have the pick that they were looking for. Blade Storm with a Blade Caller. And OSP finds the kill, looking for a second one. This goes golden just by a little bit of time. Ultimate will come through now as Scrunchy will pick up a return kill, but that's going to be a second kill coming through from the side of Click, and they will take this tower as well. A beautiful teleport from Bendix and Akers.
Yeah, no, great. Those two TPs from Bendix have been pretty game-changing so far, and it allows them to have that great source of damage there. That miasma was so important for them to be able to lock the rest of the members of Viperio down and prevent them from getting under their tower too early, and great play from him to be able to have those roams that are allowing for this counterplay.
And so far this kill hasn't really been doing much of anything, and it's not doing as well as it did in the last game against the Gnar, which is quite disappointing if you're a Viperio fan. It looks like he's building towards that Blade of the Rune King as well to deal with the tankiness of Akers and Pravius.
Yeah, that's definitely the right choice to make. There's a lot of HP stacking that's going to be going on with the Cho'Gath and with the Sejuani as well, and if you want to be breaking down that, the Bork is the best option for you there. Not much burst potential onto a Cho'Gath with the Triforce that you would have had last game, so no, good alternative build path from Kenruto there. Kenruto is this kind of top laner that prefers this split push style. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that was sad to watch. Smite's a little bit too early, and then Smite come through from Pravius just to secure it for himself. Next Drake will be up in the next 45 seconds or so. It will be a Mountain Drake, so it could be the second Mountain Drake of the game for Viperio, or the first, the matching Drake for Click if they have the pressure for to take it. And Bendix towards his bottom side might be collapsed upon by Electro Athlete here. Yeah, looking for a knockback. That actually just makes him whiff the ultimate from the Orianna. Bendix gonna try and get away with the phase rush, force flash away from Electro Athlete. Morgana off to the side. And that's just a bit of miscommunication. Both of them had to burn their flash as well for nothing burned from Bendix.
Yeah, no, as soon as he got that phase rush as well, I was actually a little bit worried for Electro Athlete. I thought maybe he was going to go down, but no, just like you said, miscommunication. Oh, the nice catch there onto the Soraka. Forces him to blow his cleanse.
Start off on this mountain drink now. Both teams are surrounding this pit. Gonna drag it out. Just be able to complete it. Force Electro Athlete to go all out just to try and take it. Rupture will be blocked by the Black Shield. Well done, but have to give up the objective.
You do have to worry now at how strong.
Ooh, that's a nice pick there, but Glacial Person comes out, flash over the wall from Satinel just to support his team. Out comes Soul Shackles, but it's for nothing. Just give up 2 kills there, and now they're just under 2,000 gold ahead on the side of Click.
Yes, Satinel actually flashing over the wall there to make sure he saves his mid laner. Kale has just hit level 11, so getting closer to that level 16 spike, and just completed the Blade of the Rune King as well. So hopefully he's going to be able to create a bit more pressure in this side lane now. But with that, Click are just getting more and more ahead, and it's much better. While I don't think that Click have been going in and making the proactive plays, they've just been counterplaying really well. Especially you look at the TPs that Bendix has been able to pick off, and Akkas as well in the bot lane. And it's just been great. Whenever Electro Athlete's looking to try and go and make a play and be proactive on this early Lee Sin pick, someone has been there to stop him from doing that, whether it's been Previous, Bendix, Akkas, Satinel, roaming. It's been pretty good to see. They've really managed to shut down this early jungle pressure from the Lee Sin.
Baby Muffin just walking by that control ward, doesn't spot it out, so they have decent vision coverage around that western quadrant of the jungle. It is only the one ward, but it's in such a place as not a lot of people, even at the highest of tiers, check it frequently, so it might stay there for the next even 5 or 10 minutes before it gets checked. Naruto is trying to take it to the Cho'Gath here, does decent amount of damage. Rupture will not connect.
Yeah, he's starting to chip away a little bit more now. It's still not enough to make a significant dent though, and Bendix on his own in this side lane is going to just chip away at that tower as well.
And this is what we saw from Bendix on the Cassiopeia in the series yesterday. He was just in that bottom lane the entire time, just wailing on the towers. He's on a tier 2, gonna trade a tier 2 for a tier 1. And he's just gonna keep going. He has the wave with him. He's just gonna do more and more damage to these towers.
Kenrito going in now though, and the silence goes off. It's gonna make him a bit. Ooh.
Yeah, Akuz actually flashes away. Kenrito prematurely used the ultimate, one might say. Takes a couple of tower shots. Can heal up a little bit, but Travis comes here at the right place at the right time, and Akuz survives, gives over a kill as well.
Yeah, good proactive play there, and Phoenix maybe a little bit caught.
They're going Baron? It looks like they're going for an early Baron here, as Lee Sin towards the bottom side will be taken out by Bendix. That's a good use of the ultimate, but he should be going down here. Will keep himself alive with the Seraph's Embrace, but they're just going to take the Baron on the other side of the map.
That was... I don't know if your directed camera went onto that, but that was such good play from Bendix there. I mean, he was caught out, yeah, that was like, oh, that's not great, but they would have gotten the Baron anyway, but to be able to pop off some great ultimates, a great flash to avoid the Orianna ulti as well. Really good play from him to be able to drag so many people down there, still get a kill, and ensure that the members aren't healthy enough to go up and stop that Baron as well.
And that's a 21-minute Baron from Click, so they can really push out these side waves with the use of the Cho'Gath and the Cassiopeia as well, and that's exactly what you want.
Yeah, fortunately the Kale has just picked up the Muramana now, managed to fully stack that, but when I talked about the scaling from both teams, the Kale, yes, that's great, you've got that for the late game, and that's your little bit of late game endurance against the Cassiopeia and the Xayah, but it's not just a Cassiopeia, it's Bendix on Cassiopeia, and that's what you really have to be worried about. He proved just yesterday how good he can be when he gets a few items on this pick, and that's the thing that Viperio really have to worry about now. Who is going to be going in there and tackling this Cassiopeia?
Yesterday, no one could take down Bendix on this Cassiopeia when he got going, except RIP and PSDFG. And even then, sometimes he just couldn't handle it at all. Zakker's forced to back away on this bottom side. Scrunchy looking for something.
you do have the Wind Drake coming up very soon. It's going to be quite low priority from...
Yeah, Righteous Glory popped now. Silence, but down to half health. Akers has no ultimate available, just waiting for that to come off cooldown before he could chomp on Kenrudo here. Will just feast on him and take him to 0 and 4.
Great patience there from Akers.
Yeah, nice sidestep. Ultimate available from Electro-Athlete. We'll use it just to give a little bit of CC. Munch goes golden just by a little bit of time, and Akers, even with the wish, Shutdown Gold goes over to Aether, but they're going to take a tier 2 in the mid lane. That's just such nice use of the pressure, and out comes the Shockwave. OSP in a lot of trouble, but has the healing from Sentinel. What's the ultimate now from Travius? Is they're looking just to defend this mid lane.
Great sound effect.
Culling. They're just going to keep going here. Previous is in a lot of trouble. That's a good use of the Gargoyle Stone Plate. Heal comes out from OSP as well, just to make sure he stays alive. Will manage to back away. But they get 2 towers just for getting the kill on Akers in the bottom side.
And I think they will probably just take the dragon now just for free. They haven't got much else to do at the moment. It's going to be not impossible, but hard to crack these inhib towers without a Baron. Orianna does have pretty decent wave clear. The culling, whenever it's up, will also be pretty significant. And Kayle also, now with her levels and her passive, will be able to clear out waves as well pretty easily. Got Morgana as well. So I think we'll have to wait until the Baron comes up for any of those towers to be cracked unless some sort of fight occurs.
I'm just gonna go onto this Cloud Drake now. Munch off to the side, might be able to steal a Dark Binding, but so far good body blocking, like Athlete. Sonic Wave, yep. Looks like it was just munched on by Akers there just to get an initial stack. As we're heading towards that 25-minute mark with 3 items or so on the carries of Bendix and Akers to some extent.
Yeah. There's a lot of power spikes that are going to be coming in through a lot of these players now. That the Warmog spike really is good on Cho'Gath. It allows you to just have so much more sustainability. You already have your passive that's giving you a lot of health and mana, but with the amount of HP stacking that Cho does have, it is really good to go in for trades and just walk out 8 seconds. You're fine.
And he's so beefy at this point. I'm not quite sure how much health he has. I'll just quickly check in on that. He has 4,500 HP, give or take.
Pretty impressive. How many stacks does he have?
Just quickly checking on that as well. He has 12 stacks.
Nice. Yeah, he has managed to take some. Yeah. He's been there for almost every single Drake. The Baron, did they get a Baron? Yeah, they must. Yeah, they did get a Baron. Yeah. Obviously.
They got a Baron. They got Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, he's managed to be there for quite a few of those, so allowing him to get some nice free stats there as well.
3 kills as well under his belt, so he's sitting on a decent amount of health. I think it's 4,400 extra health he has from his stacks.
Nice.
Kenrudo really needs to get that Rage Blade online before he can start dealing any damage really to Akers, but even then, will it be enough?
With the nature of Cho and his HP stacking, yes, it will matter, but then it's just, can Kenruto survive the damage from Akers, and can he time his ultimate right, and will Akers whiff his own ultimate? I still think Akers would win out in a duel in that 1v1, especially with both flashes up.
Unless we have something like a Frozen Mallet just to slow him.
Yeah, possibly. Or next, I don't think you'd want to take it though on the ranged when the champion becomes ranged. Baron is going to be spawning quite soon. Like I said, they need that to be able to crack these bases. They've got little bits of chip damage on the towers, but nothing significant to be able to really take something.
Now the rest of Click just forming up around this middle lane, looking for a pick here. In comes the teleport now from Akers. Ooh, flash away from the Glacial Prison, but looking for something with the Righteous Glory. Not gonna find anything though, as Electro Athlete will manage to get over the wall with the Ward Hop. Now they're looking for to start off on this Baron. They can even bait this if they want to, or just straight up take it.
Yeah, no, I think that Viperio will want to go and challenge that, but it's going down so quickly. I mean, Cassiopeia just burns through the Baron.
And then you have the execute damage coming from Akers' ultimate as well. He'll get one more stack on the epic monsters there. Now on 13 Feast Sex. And now you're 6,500 gold behind if you're on the side of Viperio, and you're not feeling too good at this point. You're still waiting for item power spikes to be hit by all of your carries to try and just get back into this game.
The problem is, Kale scaling just doesn't outweigh Cassiopeia scaling and Xayah scaling, I feel, when compared to their counterparts as well. You can talk about Sejuani scaling when you compare it to Lee Sin as well. I don't know. I understand why, because in isolation, I think the Kale could be good into the Cho'Gath. Just to hold things off and just try and scale as well as you can, but then to take the Lucian, such an early game pick, and the Lee Sin as well, I don't know. They didn't win the early game, and there's nothing much they can do in the late game now that Cassiopeia and Xayah are on these huge power spikes, and Praevius and Akkas are just a huge wall to break through to be able to get to those carries as well.
They also have Sentinel on the Soraka, so he has that wish in his back pocket. Is looking for something here. Silence and Rupture will both connect.
Ooh,
he just gets
lovely.
feasted from a third health.
Great combo there from Akkas to be able to go in and silence before he's able to pop the ultimate, and yeah, they're just gonna take the bot lane. They took the Baron, and it's easy for them to move in and now take the inhibs, and looks like they'll probably be taking the game here as well. They're gonna go for
Can't
it.
really envision any sort of defense coming out from Viperio here. Kickback just pretty much tickles the Cho'Gath at this point as this person comes out as well. And they're just gonna focus the Nexus here now as they're looking to pad the KDA stats too. Fountain dive here, but Cho'Gath is so beefy it really doesn't matter. Electro Athlete will go down as well. Bendix finds the kill on the Fountain onto BB Muffin, and that will be the second game. We're going to a game 3 in the grand finals.
Yeah, no, much better from Click there. That's exactly what we want to see from them. They're much better at counterplaying a lot of moves that Viperio are trying to make, and yeah, much better stuff that we've seen from them in the past as well. I think Bendix had some, like I said earlier, some great TP plays to be able to counteract a lot of what the Lee Sin wanted to do early game. I think Praevius was where he needed to be quite a lot in the early game as opposed to last game. And a much more convincing performance from Akkas as well on that Cho'Gath into the Kale matchup. And Viperio, they're going to have to change things up a little bit for that final game and keep what worked in the first game and try and ditch what didn't in this one.
Do you think that last game was, the kick that they needed on the side of Click to kind of go, okay, guys, we might be in danger of losing this if we don't step up a gear? Or do you think it was maybe a little bit of a drafting issue from Viperio because they did go for a little bit more early game and a mix of early and late game scaling?
I hope it's that game and being stomped so hard was the kick that Click needed, and now we're seeing what Click actually are a bit better. I'm just gonna check out the damage charts a little bit here, actually. Yeah, Bendix again on the off. You would expect this from the Cassiopeia. I'm slightly surprised that OSP didn't have as much damage, but then there weren't like that many fights where he was the one either initiating them or pumping out in the position to pump out the damage that Bendix was able to. Pretty decent damages from the two carries on that side as well, but yeah.
Not too shabby from Click there. Not as convincing as the first game that we saw from Viperio, but it does mean that we are going to go to a third game. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the final game of the grand finals. Who will take the crown? Will it be Click or will it be Viperio? We'll check out in a few minutes.
with monsters they would never meet.
Let me tell you something. You're everything to me. You don't know me nothing. This is where I wanna be. Baby, let me tell you something. You're everything to me. And I don't need nothing. This is where I wanna be. Tell you something, you're everything to me. You don't know me nothing. This is where I wanna be. Baby, let me tell you something. You're everything to me. And I don't need nothing. This is where I wanna be. Let me tell you something.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our final game in the grand finals. Click versus Viperio. It is 1 apiece. And that means we're down to this one final game to see who gets crowned our UKEL inaugural split champions.
Right.
Come on, I won't hurt you. I promise. You don't have to do this.
Poor fall.
Hopefully they will, but that's 3 bans towards OSP in the first rotation as the early priority is being put onto Jarvan. Mhm. Kaisa. But do you respond with Zyra Khan here, since we see a lot of Kaisa into Zaya in high-level competitive play? Or do you respond with something a little bit different? Is there anything else that would be a high priority other than the Zaya and Kaisa? Yeah, that will be the Zaya locked in, but I'd like to mention that previous locked into Ivor, and we saw that in yesterday's final game against NSG, and he did surprisingly amazingly well on that pick for something that isn't exactly hard in the meta, but he feels so comfortable on it, and he was really proactive, and it was all down to just keep OSP alive on what was yesterday's AD carry of the Caitlyn. Now it'll be the Kai'Sa instead.
Yeah, as I said, a lot of scaling on both of these teams now. I think that's what, after the first two adaptations of the game, I think they both realized that that's the style that they both want to go towards. So nice to see that coming out there, and Syndra being locked in actually for Bendix. Oh, never mind. Last second switch to the Orianna. We're seeing these picks come out a lot in mid lane.
It's the reverse of the matchup from last game because Bendix was on the Cassiopeia, now it's BB Muffin on the Cassiopeia. And then Orianna for Bendix, so I'm interested to see how they played the opposition of this matchup. Is just gonna be banning away further top laners here with the rally being banned away now.
Yeah, and the Ivan being picked up by Previous. He had a nice little last game buff yesterday with it picking it up in the final game of his best of 3. Hopefully it'll be the same again. It's quite a similar comp we're actually seeing starting to form for Click, as they had yesterday against NSG. They've got the hyper scaling AD carry, and then they've got the Orianna in the mid lane to provide a bit of extra shielding as well. And I mean, if it goes the same way they did yesterday, then fair enough. Why not go for it?
Seriously?
But do you lock in further supportive champions, something like the Karma maybe for Sentinel, or just you can put the Karma towards that top side as well for Akers, just put all your eggs into the OSP basket?
I mean, I think we'll see what we've seen for the, especially these most recent games in the semi and in the final so far. It'll be blind pick Akers on this next rotation pick, and then they'll be keeping that support pick up for the last most likely. Could change now. Maybe in the last game of the split they'll change up their drafting style, but oh, and they actually are. They're actually
No.
Oh.
Don't talk about hovers, man.
I mean, they're hovering a lot of supports there, so who knows? But then the Twitch, I very much doubt is actually going to be locked in. So
Imagine if they locked in the Twitch.
they were very close there.
Yasuo.
That
Okay.
must be a hover. I mean, sorry,
It could
proxy.
be
That
Yasuo
must be a
top lane.
proxy. Could be Yasuo top lane. I don't know why you take it blind though. I mean, Kenruto could pick a lot to be able to counter the Yasuo, but
I haven't heard anything yet about proxy picks, so far it seems legit. Support Orianna just want to do something weird, or Ivor in support. Lulu gets locked in though.
maybe it's Yasuo mid lane counters the Cassiopeia, but Orianna support then as well. But Lulu being locked in there, I assume. Oh yes. Oh sorry. Yasuo equals Ornn. I knew it. See, I
Yasuo's
wasn't
Ornn, okay.
wrong. They're blind picking a safe top laner for Akers to be able to play, and then they'll give the counter pick to the support at the end. You know, Ornn makes much more sense here. Again, very similar lineup to what they had yesterday in the NSG game. Tanky, safe top for Akers to stick onto. Scaling AD carry for OSP. A lot of shielding, and I'll expect a very nice supportive bot laner to go along and pair with that. Yuumi would be good. Yuumi would be great, and it's been locked in.
And what I like about the Ornn as well is the amount of extra gold worth of his passive that you can use to buff up this Kai'Sa. You can give her a whole host of different things, depending on what path she wants to build towards. If she wants to go with Blade of the Rune King, you can buff that up to the Might of the Rune King. If she wants to go for a little bit more AP, you can empower Zanya's or some of the other items that she might want to go with as well. And
Yeah,
Amumu is Yasuo.
Oh, okay, fair
They
enough.
just couldn't lock it in because it was picked as a proxy.
Oh, okay, yeah, more of the style of Kenruto that we're used to as well, like putting him on these split push carries. Worked well, obviously, in the first game, not so well in the second game when he picked Kayle again. But it'll be nice to see a bit more of an aggressive champion coming up from him in the early game. Still has not as similar scaling in terms of how high it can go for the Kale, but Yasuo definitely has a decent amount of scaling in that side lane. I'm trying to think of the knockups that they had as well now, actually, on that side.
Knock up with the Flag and Drag, knock up with the Lulu ultimate as well.
Yeah, oh no, yeah, actually, Lulu, I forgot they blocked in Lulu there, actually. No, that's
Mhm.
great. I mean, like, if you Jarvan EQ flag, you have a chance there. Jarvan ulti into Lulu ultimate on the Jarvan as well would be great as well.
Mhm.
That'd be great.
Great for team fights.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. There's a lot of
And then you
options
have
for
the
Kenrito
Cassiopeia as
there.
well for the AoE, so
Hmm.
I like their team fight potential coming out from Viperio. But then on the other side, you have a lot of different things that you can do with your composition. You have the Ornn for the engage as well, and then you obviously have OSP on this Kaisa, and then you have the Orianna for team fighting too. So it's no slouch on the side of Click either.
Yeah, no, not at all. It'll be interesting to see where these junglers like to put their prio early game. Uh, Most likely, Previous will see a lot of what happened last game.
Mhm.
Just putting priority into that mid lane and bot lane. This Kai'Sa is integral to
Yeah,
how well Click does. If OSP
pretty
has an
make or break.
Yeah, if OSP has an off game this game, that's the finals done. Bendix on this Orianna can do a lot, but there's so much pressure on OSP now, like there was yesterday in that last game versus
Mhm.
NSG, to really perform, and hopefully he can stand up to the mark.
No pressure, OSP. Don't worry about it.
If he was listening to us when he's about to go into game, I would be questioning it.
There's still a champion select. It's fine. We haven't gotten to the spectator delay. He can listen if he wants. Although, I don't know how many players decide to listen to the casts while they're playing. I remember when I played at a low level competitively, I used to listen to the casts, but that's just because just like want to see what they're talking about.
Yeah, fair enough. I would always normally wait until like day after.
Day after.
Day after if it's a bad game and it's a loss and you want to reflect on it. If it's a really good game, you want to watch that straight after. You want to go straight into that. You want to get
This is the second that their heart broke. Look at this.
you want yeah, you want to get the ego boost injected into you
Yeah.
ASAP for that.
So did you immediately watch after when you just styled on people with Silas the other day?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I
Yeah,
mean, I
no,
think it was you who posted it to Twitter, or you like
it wasn't
you
even me.
retweeted
No,
it or something.
no, I had some there was a guy that I follow, and he actually posted it out, and I just sort of retweeted it. So thank you to him, thank you CJ, for clipping that for me.
Showing the world that you're not just an Ornn player or Camille player.
Well, it was a nice little send off because I don't really intend on being a player properly anymore. So it's a nice little final game in there, and it's nice to actually. I think that was the first tournament I'd ever actually won. If that makes
And
sense. Obviously,
and it's when you're just like, oh, I'm retired, but I'm doing this for the fun.
yeah.
Always the way.
But anyway, looking
Just-
at the rest of these comps now, trying to think of where the J4 is going to want to go. I think if you go down to this bot lane and you do shut down this Kai'Sa, that's going to help you out a huge amount. Like I said, this Kai'Sa OSP, he is integral to the success of Click in this game. If he has a massive pop-up game, they've won the game. If he doesn't, then they lose.
Is it as simple as that?
I think it's
What
just.
about Bendix?
I think, like I said, Orianna is someone that you can almost carry games with. I just think that this Kai'Sa really just has to do well in order for them to have the best chance of winning this game. If Yasuo manages to do well in his side lane, I don't imagine that Previous is going to be paying much attention at all. The Yasuo into the all matchup is also very, very good because you're able to completely block the ultimate with your win wall. You can just save that, and Ornn without his ultimate is not necessarily like a useless champion, but it definitely loses a lot of the punch that he can have in those team fights. And we talk about the great team fighting that Viperio do have. It also negates a lot of the great team fighting that Click have. No Ornn if Yasuo is using his win wall right, Ornn's not going to be able to ulti at any point in this game.
And if you use your wind wall correctly as well, you can block both the Ornn ultimate and the ball from the Orianna.
Yeah, definitely.
Make a
Yeah,
reset.
definitely. Could
So
block
it's
the
all down to
Yuumi.
Ken Rudo just to block everything.
If in this game we see a win wall and it blocks Yuumi ulti, it blocks Orianna ball she would have popped an ulti into it, or if like he scuffs it and he ultis on himself afterwards, and an Ornn ulti, I'm clipping that. I'm clipping that
It's just
after
gonna be
this.
godlike.
Yeah, that would be insane.
Just have to wait and see if Ken Rudo can actually do that. If he can reach a point where he's not trying to run for the hills
Hmm.
on this Yasuo. Reach that 0 and 10 power spike, perhaps. And yes, I didn't mean 0 and 10. It's the classic 0 and 10.
Hey man, that happens to everyone.
It does, from time to time. But where are we expecting Pravius to be putting all of his pressure? Is it just straight up in the bot side, try and get Kaisa ahead, make sure that the Yuumi can help support him? Or is it straight back to Bendix?
I think mid lane is definitely possible. You can see Cassiopeia is taking the teleport in this lane, so she's a little bit more susceptible to an Ivern route. It's possible to put your prior into that lane. I wouldn't want to see him. I wouldn't want to be seeing him top at any point unless it was for some sort of counter gank, or if Yasuo really messes up and is really overextending. You want to be making sure this Kai'Sa gets ahead, like I said earlier.
All down to that Kaisa pick, but they'll have a decent amount of poke with the Yuumi alongside the Kaisa. But then on the other side, you have Xayah Lulu, which is known for being a poke lane as well. So how will this lane really work out? Do you think that the Lulu will muster something against the Yuumi and be a little bit more useful, or is it more the other way?
No, I think this Xayah, the Xayah Lulu lane should dominate this early game. I'm just thinking, like, I mean, late game has been king within this series so far.
Mm-hmm.
The late game is with Click. There are some early game tools that Viperio have to punish that, and they have some late game scaling of themselves. But if it goes to like 40 minutes, and say both of these teams have full items, and it doesn't really matter at that point, gold is irrelevant. I think Click with OSP and how consistent he has been, in fairness, on a lot of these hyper carry picks, should be able to take the game pretty easily. But it's about getting to that point. And if Ken Ruto, I'm going to be looking to be a big playmaker for Viperio. If he's able to do something and make something out of this top lane counter pick, then we'll have a series on our hands, or a final game.
Well, we definitely have a series on our hands anyway, since this is the third game of the grand finals between Click and Viperio. It is to play for all the marbles at this point. You want to try your damnedest to take this win and be crowned the champions of the inaugural UKEL split, as brought to you by MSI. Now, after this series, we do have the battle for third place between NSG and Bulldog, so won't want to touch your browser once this game is over. But as we refocus on this game, standard lines of scrimmage being brought by both these sides, with actually Yuumi towards this middle lane as well, throws out a prowling projectile. Just a little bit of poke, that's all.
Yeah, nothing too interesting happening at the start, just sort of standard lines of defense. Do see, obviously, Yasuo and Ivern both picking up the ward kills, so nice little bit of gold in their pockets for them.
So it's already over, they took a ward kill. We can just go home.
Well, the ward kill's been evened up though, so it's all to play for, obviously. We do see the first Drake on the map are going to be a Mountain Drake. We've seen so many Mountain Drakes over the last 2 days. I feel like
a lot of Mountain Drakes.
there's just been like 2 in each game.
I think there's been, a minimum of 2 in each game.
And we've had
then it's kind of a toss-up between Ocean and Infernal.
Yeah. And then we've had Cassiopeia in so many games. Like 20 to 25 minute Barons are just what happened every game now, with the amount of Mountain Drakes we've had and the amount of Cassiopeias we've had in these games.
Looks like J4 is going for an early invade here. I'm not sure if he's spotted up by that Vision Ward or not. Just looking to invade onto Previous. And actually, here comes a level 2 gank. Munch in a lot of trouble.
Oh no! Oh no!
The teleport, but that was just a fat finger. First blood to Aether, looking for a second one. Sentinel in a lot of trouble. And actually, that will be a return kill. Sentinel picks that up, but oh, OSP.
That
Not what you want to
feels-
do in the finals.
That feels bad, man. That's even worse than when he Caitlyn-E'd into the tower. Because not only does it almost guarantee, like well, not only does it guarantee your death, but you now do not have the teleport to go back into lane and try and even things up with the CS. That is a big whiff. And there, like I said, this game lives and dies with OSP, and to start with something like that is really going to throw them off.
It definitely is, and now he has lost about half a wave in CS. He has given up a kill, and Sentinel also died. So, not looking too good. Previous is towards his top side, though.
Could be spotted out there. I'm
Rudo,
just going to have a
level
look at
3.
Fog of War.
Yeah, gonna go in, dash around these minions now, and looking to go through the river here. And Rudo
dash
still has
forward.
the flash available. Actually gonna take a lot of damage. We'll manage to dodge away from the headbutt, but one more auto attack will secure the kill towards the top side. And a lot of pressure coming from Previous there, not the area that we expected him to be prioritizing.
Yeah, I think it's good. The wave was pushed up a little bit, and Kenruto did just go way too aggressive at that point. The E forward, especially afterwards, was like, you are 100% dead here. There is almost no way you are surviving that. And did you manage to pick up the kill? It does allow Akkas to stay a little bit safer in this lane.
Yeah, but looking for a kill in the middle lane now as BB Muffin in a lot of trouble. Gets some knock up with the flag drag. Bendix will go down to Scrunchy Abuser there, and Previous just waiting off in the wings. Nothing much he could do as Munch gets a decent amount of damage on the OSP. Will just be healed up by the Yuumi there.
Yeah, great bait and a lot of confidence there from BB Muffin, Scrunchy Abuser, to be able to know how much damage he's going to be taking.
Both junglers now towards his bottom side as Munch is down to just about half health here. Previous is going to back away. Now teleport coming through from BB Muffin, Scrunchy Abuser in that mid lane, already taking a decent amount of chunk damage from Bendix QW. Now Ping is coming out from Scrunchy Abuser. He wants to get this early pressure from the jungler towards his middle lane. Looks like that was a flag and drag off to the side. On the bottom side. Decent amount of damage. Void Seeker comes out as well. Just a decent amount of training throughout the map. Nothing much really coming from it. We've had 5 kills in the first 5 minutes or so, and looks like they're going to make a rotation towards this bottom side. Maybe go for a dive here. OSP low on mana. Will be spotted out by a control ward. He's just going to clear this away and use his body just to exert a little bit of pressure. Flag drag forward. Doesn't have the level 6, so will not find the Cataclysm there. OSP. And Sandra will manage just to walk it away.
Yeah, just having to give up so much there, and they're going to lose a lot of tower plates for it as well. Previous was moving up into the top side, but with the vision cover that Kenruto had and his warden and the Scuttle Crab, there was no way he was pushing up. He would have seen Previous there immediately.
Yeah, Flag Drag comes in, doesn't know the Previous is nearby. That's a flash forward, nice miasma. Munch, why are you there? You're just gonna give up a kill! And that's a 1-for-1 so far. Forced to flash away. Previous will manage to get out of dodge, but Aether's in a lot of trouble. He has to have the backup of his team. Will come forward. That's a flash away just to make sure that he can survive. But Electro Athlete will be going down instead. The 5 stacks will find the damage.
Yeah, when you go in on Jarvan like that and you whiff the EQ, you're just going to get punished because you've got nothing left in your kit to be able to fend off these auto attacks, and a little bit of a mistake there from Electro Athlete to go in.
Nice rotation by BB Muffin just to push them away from this Drake and make sure that they can't just pick it up whenever they decide to. We'll force them to go back to the bottom lane and jungle respectively.
There's been so much action in this bot lane, and with the TP being blown as well, just look at OSP CS number. It's so far below, not necessarily his laning opponent, but the rest of the team members. He's got 50 CS in both the solo laners, and quite a lot down in this bot lane here.
Now J4 I think was spotted out by some sort of vision there, or they just know that he's around this area. Good. Just take this Rift Skull for himself, exert some of his own vision around this area of the map, make sure that they know when and where Previous is if he's towards this bottom side. And it looks like they're going to make another rotation, get more chip damage on this tower. Flag Drag comes through, doesn't find the knockup, flash away from OSP, but he's going to go down. Electro Athlete is the one that picks that up, just decides to take a tower shot. An extra one just for the fun of it. Previous, looking for Munch here.
Where trades keep happening. No, great priority from Electro Athlete there to make sure he keeps going down and he keeps punishing this bot lane. He's just blowing his flash again, and once he hits 6 and those bot laners are still very, very low level, it's going to be even worse for them. That tower's very, very close to being down, and with the amount of priority they have in this bot lane now, they will start to move up and start taking these Drakes. It makes BB Muffin's protection of the Drake that much more impactful as well, because once they take this bot tower down, once they have constant prio in bot lane, it's going to be easy for them to just go whenever they want when the dragon spawns and pick them up.
It definitely will, and J4 just sticking around this bomb side just to make sure that Previous can't pick it up just whenever he feels like it, and make sure that they can't make the use of the priority that they seem to be getting every now and then. J4 still sticking around, wants to make something happen.
See what I mean? In like the top lane, the Ornn Yasuo matchup is just you trade your W for his ultimate. You don't. Ornn just doesn't have an ultimate, and it's so difficult to actually win.
Yeah, Flag and Drag Cataclysm comes through, doesn't have the flash to try and get away. We'll just let Sentinel lock it out. Aether will give up his. Aether will pick up that kill as OSP gives up his life.
I am loving this camp in the bot lane. Electro Athlete's just going down there whenever he can. OSP's falling further and further behind, and this is what happens when you put all your eggs in one basket. I mean, Bendix is farming up pretty well, and he's gotten himself a kill and an assist, so he's going to have a decent amount of gold, but OSP is a non-factor in this game right now, and it's going to take him a very, very long time to come back from that, and see how far behind look at that difference in gold in the bot lane. 1,500 gold at 9 minutes is an absurd amount to be behind.
And because of the priority they got from taking that first tower, they're able to pick up this Mountain Drake as well. Petrifying Gaze comes out just to stall them, poke them back a little bit. But you're feeling good if you are on the side of Viperia at this point. It's going how you want, and it's not all because of that whiff of the teleport early on by OSP, but that really did help them out.
That's the worst start. I think that's... Honestly, like, that TP being blown and guaranteeing your death is probably the worst start you could have. I mean, like, you see teams going for invades, like in solo queue or whatever, where they all die 5-man, and it's like, oh no, that's bad. But then blowing your teleport and dying in that situation when you're already in a tough lane and you know that the Jarvan's going to continuously camp you is so bad. I mean, I
think he was playing it like as if he had heal because he had heal last game.
Yeah.
So he just was kind of like, I'm just gonna heal up here. Might be able to survive, or at least maybe try to kill back. And then he just had his mouse hovered over the minion.
Yeah.
Teleported.
Feels bad in like in a scrim setting. You almost just say like, okay, we're restarting that because that would never happen in a competitive game. But here it has happened, and put them so far behind now, and OSP is gonna have to claw his way back as hard as he can. TP actually coming in as well to back that up.
Just to contest this or try and pick that up for themselves. Will manage to pick it up. Can they survive? There was previous picked up kill onto Electro Athlete, looking for one trade back. OSP so low here. Rudo will come in on the flank thanks to his teleport. Looking for a second one. Will not block the prowling projectile. Slow will connect as out comes the root collar, but they find a kill, and yes, they trade it back, but they pick up that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll be taking this into the mid lane soonish to be able to pop that and get the extra plates there. Make sure that first mid tower goes down so you can move up your vision.
Oh, that's a flash forward, and File Chapter comes through. So just finds a quick and easy kill there. Rudo will block it with the wind wall. That's just a little bit of disrespect, not really paying attention to or respecting the amount of damage that can come through, or the engage that is there from Bendix with Sentinel on his back.
And it looks like they might be trying to go for a little dive in the top lane. I don't know.
Flag and Drag, that's a nice last breath, and Rudo just picks up a second kill for himself. He's doing decently well on this Yasuo right now, thanks to Flag and Drag from Electro Athlete. Here is the dive that he said was going to come through. He expected the dodge from Munch, but Munch has the 200 IQ dodges and decides not to dodge it. So we'll miss with the root collar, and Shelly will be called in the middle lane instead, and they should be able to take this down pretty easily. But
Yeah,
Ornn
just
is
a
off
bit
to the
too
side,
healthy.
might want to test. Yeah, it's just about going to survive, Shelly. Not quite enough. It's good rotation from previous just to make sure that they can't just stick around here and 2 versus 1 Akers. As OSP looking to aggress onto Aether here, has to flash and heal to get away.
I mean, Lulu has more gold than this Kai'Sa.
Oh,
That feels bad. That feels so bad.
Sentinel almost has as much gold as the Kai'Sa does too.
Yeah, not too far off. 1 kill and he would have it almost. At least she'll get a bit of respite here. She'll be able to sit back, farm at least that wave now. Most likely another as well. And while, you know, two waves don't seem like much to OSP in this situation, that is really, really good for him.
And we've been saying that Click have all of their eggs in the OSP basket. He is 1 and 4. He's behind by 20-25 CS at any given time. It seems like it's all down to Bendix now, but he's 1 and 3 himself. This call to Forge God comes out, will not block it with the wind wall. He expected it to go onto him and not onto Electro Athlete as the slow comes through from the ultimate from Scrunchy Abuser. Twin Fangs will chunk Akers out, but not enough to try and find a kill. Next
Slightly
break will be up in the
desperate
next 40 seconds or so, and that will be an Ocean Drake. Out comes the Foul Chapter now. Akers looking for something, will not be able to find the stun with the Foul Chapter. Now looking for something here. Flag Drag comes through. Out comes the Last Breath as well. Previous will be just cut down. Might be able to find one traded back. They will trade one onto the J4. That's a lot of damage coming through now from Scrunchy Abuser, but can't find anything further. We'll just end with a 1-for-1.
Yeah, nice little play from the Ornn to try and go in there and make something happen. It's a surprise that he managed to get the ulti off, but managed to reciprocate that with a kill, traded onto each, so not too bad for them, but they'll go in here and they'll be able to pick up the Drake that's spawning very, very soon. Nice and easy.
Yep, it will be an Ocean Drake this time. No Feral Drake or Mountain Drake just yet. They should be able to pick this up pretty easily, although
In fairness, yeah, no, they
making their way down.
Click have all reset, so, oh no, not all of them. Decent amount of them have reset, so they should be in a position to maybe contest, but this Cassiopeia, like I said, is going to be burning down these objectives so hard right now.
Yeah, we'll just tear through it with the help of the Mountain Drake as well. And we were speaking to the fact that Click looked decent in that last game. They didn't look clean by any means, but they looked decent enough to maybe come out with the 2 wins in a row and take the finals. But Viperia are coming out of the doors and they're doing really, really well for themselves. The most deaths are on Electro Athlete, but that's because he's been trying to make the plays. You're 3-1 on your Yasuo, you're 2-0 on your Xayah. And OSP and Bendix, they're just not stepping up to the plate. They're not doing what needs to be done. They try and take the win as Akers comes in from the side. That's a good ultimate from the Orianna, but not doing quite enough just yet. Out comes a Foul Chapter off to the side. Kenru's coming in, and the Aether is now the target of Akers. Not gonna have enough damage just yet. Out comes the Call of Forge God. Will not have the Yasuo to block it, and Akers will just be cut down. Kenrudo now the target of Click here. Looking for it to go in on him, aggress any further, but he'll just about survive. What? Scrunchy Bruiser finds the kill. In goes Electro Athlete and finds Bendix with the Cataclysm, and they're just tearing through the lineup of Click. That's 4 dead for nothing. They're onto the inhibs at 15, almost 16 minutes.
That was an explosion, and I mean at 15 minutes, that's not what you want to be happening. They shouldn't be taking a mid inhib at 15 minutes, but with a near ace from them there, it's pretty easy for them to do. I mean,
and looking at the state of the game right now, it's almost an 8,000 gold lead for Viperio. It is a BF sword and an Essence Reaver picked up by Aether to a double pickaxe, and now just bought is a tier for OSP. He is so far behind at this point. It is almost 5,000 gold to just over 7,000 gold between the 80 carries. You are hemorrhaging money at this point.
yeah, OSP is a non-factor, and that's not what you want for someone who has so much peel I mean, I reckon Ornn's doing more damage. I mean, maybe even double the damage in these team fights than OSP is. And I think a good way to sum up this game is to look at Electro Athlete's kill participation. Before that, oh, maybe it'll, never mind. Before that last team fight, Electro Athlete had 100% kill participation, and he's still only one off. He has been around the map, but especially in the bot lane, continuously, and he has been able to get the significant leads that they need to be able to force this early and stop that Kai'Sa from doing anything.
And this is our undefeated team coming into playoffs with their backs against the wall. Almost 10,000 gold in the hole, 17 minutes in. It is looking quite rough for them right now. They have the late game scaling of a Kai'Sa, but you need to reach that point. And so far, for the time being, it looks like you mightn't actually get to reach it.
Yeah, Kai'Sa needs a very, very long time before she's going to be able to start doing damage and making use of all of the protection that she has from the Yuumi, from the Orianna, and from, well, I mean the entire team really. Ornn's just sat there to be in front of you, protecting you. The whole team is just built around you, and if you're not dealing any damage, you still got to stack these things up. You still got to buy these crucial items to be able to make your champion deal the damage it needs to. I mean, if Viperio take a fight, if they manage to find a team fight soon, there's no way that Click are able to hold up against it, and they'll just win the game. I think Viperio want to be finishing this as soon as, like ASAP really. They want to take advantage of how far behind the Kai'Sa is.
And they're looking for a 5-man team fight here. Hollow Forge God will connect onto Jarvan. He'll flag and drag to safety, but Squinchibuser off to the side, just trying to do his best to chunk people out. Out comes the Foul Chapter, in comes the Teleport now from the Yasuo, looking to make something happen. In comes Cataclysm, as well as the Feather Storm, as OSP is a lot of trouble. He'll just be bursted down. Squinchibuser is the recipient of that kill, and it was started off by Click. It was finished by Viperio.
Yeah, I think it was a good idea for Akers to make sure he forces that engage while they saw the Yasuo top. The Yasuo is the one that's going to negate your engages and on, and still though, you just want to be trying to wave clear as much as possible and letting OSP get ahead. I understand why you want to take that. It's a good opportunity to take a team fight, but you're just so far behind. Your carries deal no damage. I mean, Scrunchy Abuser should have died there. Electro Athlete should have died there. Jarvan and Cassiopeia were so squishy in those fights. Well, not squishy. J4's got a few tank items on him, but Cassiopeia especially is so squishy that you should be able to make mincemeat out of her when she was caught out like that, and it just doesn't happen because the carries have no damage.
It's 1.5 items for OSP at this point, and you're almost at the second item power spike for Aether. I'm building towards that Zeal now. Well, has the Zeal available. He can build towards the Infinity Edge here if he wants to. It looks like he is with the pickaxe being picked up just now, and 2 items being hit by the Yasuo, 2 items being hit by the Cassiopeia as well. Whereas on the other side, you have 1 item apiece for all of your carries, and you're 8,500 gold behind. You just can't take team fights even if you start them. And now they start off on the Baron.
Yeah, and they're going to burn this with the Cassiopeia and the 2 Mountain Drakes. Is going to go by very, very quickly. No one's even there to try and stop it.
The burns through it so quickly. You have a Xayah, you have a Cassiopeia, you have 2 Mountain Drakes. Is this all she wrote?
Click don't have a single objective to their name at this point. They're so far behind, and
Not even a tower. Not even a single tower this game. 10,000 gold difference, and now it's just going to be the last team fight just to secure the win, secure
they
the
can't
title.
defend this inhib.
Feels
If
like you
they
need to
try
go
and
for a
defend it.
last-ditch effort, just a desperation fight. What more can you do? Oh, that's a great shockwave onto 3. In goes the Kai'Sa, but he should be bursted down. Lickety split. In comes Redemption as well, just to keep them a little bit healthy. Call the Forge God will connect onto 1, but Aether will pick up the kill onto the Kai'Sa. That is 2 dead already for nothing on the side of Viperio. They're not going to give up anything in that fight. They still have all 5 Baron buffs.
Like you said, it was an amazing shockwave from Orianna there, but it just doesn't amount to anything. They don't have the damage to kill even the squishiest targets on Viperio. If you don't win a team fight off of that Orianna ultimate and having the Ornn right there in their face, then what team fight do you win? You don't.
Even a desperation fight, they cannot win. They lost the inhib in the middle lane. They're going to lose this inhib in the top as well. Viperio coming out of the gate strong. They're almost 12,000 gold in the lead. Now they can just rotate towards this bottom side, pick up that tower, close it out. Nice, clean macro sort of style, and take the series 2-1.
Yeah, no, it's been great play all around the map, really, from Viperio here. Electro Athlete's been where he needs to be all the time, pressuring that bot lane. BB Muffin on this Cassiopeia has been able to neutralize and just hold himself against Bendix so well that he's now a huge threat. And Kenruto, I mean, he's just been picking up the kills when he can. He's been getting a decent amount of CS on him, and he's a huge threat as well. I mean, there's no one on this team that you aren't really afraid of at this point. The Lulu as well is just going to be providing so much support to all of these players.
And the Lulu still has more gold accrued in this entire game than OSP. That is a sorry statistic. Almost more than Bendix too. Only about 300-400 gold for the Lulu behind Bendix. And is also ahead of the Ornn. So when your support is a few hundred gold ahead of 3 of your members, you are not feeling very good at all. They still have all 5 Baron buffs. They're going to take this bot lane inhib. They're going to take this game 23 minutes in. This is the last fight, last ditch effort to try and save the game, try and save the series. But Flag and Drag comes through. That's 2 for the Cataclysm. Gonna get the ultimate from the Lulu just to buy a little bit of time, buying time with the stopwatch as well. But Akers, he's trying his best to defend this last Nexus tower, but that's 2 dead already in this fight. Looking for a third. Can they find it? But Akers trying his best onto Aether. He will still survive. Kenruto is dominating. Gonna fountain dive just for the hell of it. And Viperio, they are the inaugural UKEL champions.
Amazing performance from Viperio there in that final, and it's amazing for them to be able to come into this with all the expectations that Click had. They didn't have a great series yesterday, and maybe that gave Viperio the confidence that they needed to be able to go in and say, you know what, we've been overlooked the rest of this split. We're going to come in the best of 3 format, and we're going to show you how good we can be. And they did. That's exactly what they did. I mean, the first game was an absolute stomp. This game, very similarly as well. I mean, that's 2 very convincing wins over what 3 days ago was undisputed #1 team.
And it wasn't like Click were just throwing all across the map the entire time. It was just a convincing couple of games from Viperio. The second game, it wasn't even convincing of a win from Click against Viperio. It was taken pretty much to the edge, and it was, I think, more down to a little bit of a better compositionally for Click, which is, I think, why they took that win. But the series has shown the weak points of the Click lineup and the strengths of Viperio very well.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, look at these damage graphs. Look at the battle between the mid laners for the most damage there, with BB Muffin just edging it out. And I mean, credit yesterday to DFG to be able to go against Bendix and have a good performance, and credit today to BB Muffin as well. Yeah, amazing to have such a great performance against such a great player. And I mean, like I said, Bendix can't be expected to carry you through those kind of games. It's the whole split. I've been praising Click for not just being a Bendix team. All of them have had great performances. And OSP, it's a shame that this game occurred, but you know, he really let the team down. It's a whiff level 1 with your teleport. Things were still salvageable at that point. It was a rough lane for you, but yeah, no, it's a shame way to end it. But credit to Viperio. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on being the champions of the UKEL.
and hopefully they'll be back next split to defend their title. But I think we can't just put it all in onto the back of OSP and say it was just your fault, OSP. You're the reason why they lost. I think that it was just a better set of coordinated plays coming out from Viperio,
Hmm.
and I think that they just showed that they were better on the day than Click in all of the roles. Because I feel like Electro Athlete was
Yeah,
much
no,
more
definitely.
proactive, much more meaningful in his ganks. Kenrudo played pretty much out of his mind in the first game and in this game. It was a little rough last game when he was playing the kill into the Cho'Gath matchup, and Munch played really well. He went 1-1-14 in that game. Aether didn't die in the 2 wins that they got. So I think pretty much everyone played out of their minds on the side of Viperio, and it wasn't just that OSP played badly or that
Hmm.
Bendix played badly. I think it was kind of wholly a team issue as well as them not bringing their A game on the day, really.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I think I have to hail Electro Athlete as the MVP for this series
Mm-hmm.
overall. His impact on the Kazakhs in the first game as well, to be able to smash Click so convincingly, and the amount of presence he managed to have in this game on the J4 and the kill participation that he managed to have, and how far behind he did manage to put the bot lane of Click was astounding. And he just kept going back again and again and again, and he didn't let up. He didn't let them have breathing room, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, it definitely did. And I 100% agree with you, Electro Athlete, as the MVP for this series. And they do take the series, they take the win, they take the crown. And we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the fight for third place between NSG and Bulldog. Don't go anywhere.
never thought I'd find someone to hold into my arms. Yeah, I met you on a summer day. Yeah, I thought I was not enough. Oh yeah, my friends would let me drown in pain. 7 nights with all my thoughts. Oh yeah, no heart being next to me. No more films on my bed. I feel like I am dying alone. Oh, that summer day. Oh, that summer day. Oh, that summer day. My ego now has gone away. I'm watching all these photos of us. I think I'll keep on drowning in pain. Yeah, I need you in my arms. Yeah, I am not at my best, but I know the time passed, and I'll go through these rainy days. Oh yeah, where are you going today? I need someone to escape far away from this house. Oh, I know these summer days will make me time for Slav Polka. Oi, oi! Bring the beats. There's mediator space, more than interchangeable. Oi, oi! This ride gonna be bumpier than Slav Road. It's time for polka. Let's start slow. And then faster. Guarda tropas. It's time for polka.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UKEL as presented by MSI. We are into Champion Select for our second series of the day, which is NSG versus Bulldog, and it is the fight for third place.
It's okay. We'll play later.
I will wait for you to be better.
We definitely will have some of our questions answered anyway in the next couple of games or so, as the first few bans are coming out. It looks like a misban there from Bulldog to ban away nothing. They will ban away Camille in the second rotation,
I
and
won't be denied.
Thresh, Nunu, and Talia will be responded so heavily, targeting Go Commit Jungle and a little bit of Synapse Sprinter. Don't think they're gonna do that. They wanted to get third place, but Kaisa will be the first lock in for Kaz there. So early priority being put onto the 80 carry there. Not really too much of a surprise. It is a high tier pick and good to pick that up early on. How will they respond to it on the side of Bulldogs? We don't talk about hovers. We don't talk about hovers because we usually get burned that way. Oh. Mind. can also go to rip in peace DFG as Nasus gets hovered and locked in for Hume. Can it have the success that it almost had yesterday? That's the question.
Playtime's over.
Any support? Maybe drive from top?
Your worst decisions will haunt you.
Mhm.
Seriously? Seriously?
Definitely does, and not surprised to see that Ari taken away since he took so many solo kills off of Bendix in yesterday's series with that pick. And have just gotten confirmation that the Annie is not an Annie, it is a Renekton
Fine. I'll
That's
just be over here.
for ego speed.
Sharpening my feathers.
Mm-hmm. We've seen Perks from G2 playing the Syndra in the bottom lane, so although he was a mid laner for a number of years, and now the Leona and LeBlanc will be locked in as the last couple of picks for the side of NSG. See a lot of Leona as a response to the Pike. Just waiting for the lock in here, and I wasn't expecting the Rengar, but when it ticked down, I was kind of thinking maybe they'll decide to go for that just for a bit of fun, but Mordekaiser will be locked in instead for Prince of... Actually, Mordekaiser... Must be Mordekaiser mid with Syndra. Okay, that could work. It could work. Do you think that that is the optimal way to play it since you're playing into a Nasus?
Ignorant thralls.
Playtime's over.
You're scared. Good to know. What must be done?
And that's exactly what you said. Mordekaiser top with House and having Renekton in the mid lane, so playing into RIP and peace. For the mind games, James. For the mind games. Into LeBlanc as well.
It's your funeral. Now I'm angry.
And we'll have to keep our eye on that lane. With how well RIP and Peace DFG played yesterday into Bendix, I think it still shows his strengths as a player. Even if Bendix was on a little bit of an off day, a couple of off days in a row, I still think it shows the strengths of the mid lane player for NSG and that he's no slouch in these games. But as pointed out by Ray in the chat, LeBlanc was picked up by DFG and is one of his, if not his best champion, and has been banned away in most, if not all, of the UKEL games during the regular season. So first time he'll actually get to play the LeBlanc, but how will he match up against Howson's Renekton? Might have to use his distortion a little bit more defensively, get down the shackle, and just play a little bit of the mind games within the lane as well, because Renekton, he's so powerful early on. Mm-hmm. Do you think that he's going to make a lot of roams? And something that also worries me about the draft coming out from Bulldog is that, again, they don't have an AD carry. Mm-hmm. Just a little bit of a communication issue there, I think, with the Discord. We weren't aware that James was muted there for the stream, pretty sure. Thanks, Ray in the chat once again for helping us out there.
Cheers, man. All my amazing insight.
All of your amazing analysis and insight. He predicted
It's all
actually most of
ruined.
the draft from Bulldog.
I predicted it all. I saw through it all.
Well, as soon as the Syndra was locked in, you're like, that's going bot lane.
Yeah, it's just really weird not to pick the AD carry early, and once it's left the last pick, it's like, oh, surely the Cinder is now going into the AD carry position. But no matter, at least I'll be here for the actual game.
Yes, you will. That's what matters. Who watches
really
Champion
matters.
Select anyway?
Who cares about Champion Select? It's just like a poor man's chess, you know.
I actually quite like watching Champion Selects. Usually,
They are
like, even if
interesting
I'm
to play
not
out.
casting the games.
Yeah, at very very high levels, they are really interesting. It really is like an elaborate game of chess.
Especially when the meta is so heavily cemented.
And people
Because
have had
then
a
it's just
long
like,
time
okay,
to figure
you
things
take
out.
this, I'll take this. I take this, you take this.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the golden rule is you never lose draft. You only have different priorities than the enemy team. That's the golden rule. You never admit defeat.
Until you see a draft that is just so horrible, you're like, okay, this team definitely lost the draft.
No, like I said,
Because
you
some
say
drafts
no.
can just be so terrible.
We just have different priorities to you guys. We think this stuff's really good in the meta right now. Like when NSG picked the Malphite full AP.
Didn't work out at all. But when they picked the Katarina, we're just like, okay, why did they pick a Katarina? And then it just destroyed everyone.
Exactly. You just have different priorities, different comfort. At this sort of level, like when you have certain players that are just so comfortable on champions that it makes up for them not being meta, it's great to see, and it's fun to see these picks that you don't often see, especially in pro play, and even some low tier sort of like ERL sort of stuff. It's nice to be able to see people really shine on those picks.
Yeah, definitely is. As we are just about to load onto the Rift, I should say, for our first game of this series between NSG and Bulldog. Who can strike first, take first blood, maybe even take the first game? Once again, Hume on this Nasus. Can it actually work out and get a win this time?
You're not on my list yet.
I know EGOSP will be a little bit salty. He didn't manage to pick up the win yesterday, and like I said earlier, but unfortunately didn't pick it up. He will want to be punishing this Nasus as much as he can. Go Commit will be wanting to head into the top lane and give him as much assistance as possible because Lord knows EGOSP's going to be calling for it.
Definitely will, and he has such early power on this Mordekaiser as well, and once he gets towards that mid game, he starts hitting these 2-3 item power spikes. He can, however, fall off towards the late game where he can be more easily punished. So to keep our eyes on that lane, since Hume was still just stomping people in yesterday's game, even though they didn't manage to eke out a win.
Yeah, and it'll be a great redemption and a bit more of, like we said earlier, questions answered if NSG really can have a similar performance they had yesterday. And it will show that it wasn't just Click underperforming, it was NSG taking it to them as well. And I hope to see a repeat performance from Rip in Peace DFG. If Rip in Peace DFG has a similar game to he had yesterday, and the rest of the team performs to a decent level, then hopefully they'll be able to get the win out. And it'd be like I said yesterday on the cast. You know, NSG sort of already have job done. They had a pretty poor start to the split, and they managed to just edge their way into playoffs. Then to take a game off Click, you know, they got to be feeling pretty confident about themselves. Pressure's very much off, and even in this game, the expectation will still be on Bulldogs to be able to come out with the win.
And they even lost a game due to a roster issue, so they were even further behind at that point. Still managed to get through to the playoffs. They didn't manage to win against Click yesterday, but they are still in the running for this third place spot. Now only Bulldogs are in their way.
I love it every so often when there's just a word and your accent really comes through,
I
like
know.
turd.
I literally just heard it. I was just thinking about it. I cringed. I was like, I
Oh
forgot
no,
to
don't cringe. People love a good accent.
I forgot to pronounce the H. It's so annoying.
just like I was saying with draft plays with different priorities. It's not pronouncing it wrong. You just pronounce it differently.
Just an early gander at mid lane there from the junglers, as that's exactly what I was expecting, as Housen has to flash away. A couple of more auto attacks might be able to do it. Burning down first blood for RIP.
And as Ray promised us in the chat, Rip in Peace GFG's LeBlanc pretty good. I said that the Renekton should be able to hold himself in lane and not give up too much to this aggression on the LeBlanc, but a little bit of a misstep from Housen there and a bit too much aggression in the early game when your enemy has an ignite and he drops to it, and that's first blood over to Rip in Peace DFG.
And it's also when he's running more late game scaling Conqueror rather than the early game press the attack, so he should know that he wouldn't have as much of a powerhouse of damage at this early stage. And Dokument Jungle is nearby here, might like to make something happen, but always have the distortion from LeBlanc. Yeah, actually just gonna collapse onto the Silas instead. Goes forward, forced to flash out. He can abscond abduct over the wall, and he will. Gets the stun.
Hausen calls his bluff a little bit there after the flash with the E, keeps going on to him, but his E does manage to come up. And I was saying earlier, I don't think that Rippin' PCSG was going to get kills within the lane. He's managed to do it. Hopefully he can transition that lead now across the map and punish potentially an overextending ego speed if he's trying to pressure this Nasus. Potentially in the bot lane as well if they end up pushing up.
Nasus already taken a bit of hurt in the top side. Out comes the stun, but Kaibit nearby. They're not gonna look for anything just yet as the chains come down. Finds the stun, but has very little mana, so just gonna auto attack him at this stage to get a little bit of extra damage. 20 seconds or so until the first Drake will be spawning, and that will be a Cloud Drake, so nothing really hotly contested towards that side of the map, so not expecting too much fuss over it.
Yep. Just looking at the runes across the map, pretty standard from all the participants. We see Conquer on the Nasus again like we saw yesterday, and the amount of damage it was able to pump out. Hopefully we'll see something similar again.
Hausen going aggressive here, finds the stun, just gonna pop forward, stun, pop back, and that's exactly how we'd expect for Renekton to play, but he doesn't have a lot of kill pressure just yet. He's backed and picked up Rejuvenation Bead, but not really to speak of damage-wise.
Yeah, no, like I said, this is the point where Renekton's just going to be able to hold himself, even with that kill. Obviously, Rippin' PCFG hasn't actually backed yet to be able to use his gold. He's sitting on about 1,700 now.
Yeah, that's a flash forward though. Xenoblade off to the side. Silas is there. Flash away now from Gould. He's looking to try and piece out here. Abscond, abduct will connect, but he gets
TP
knocked
from
back
Ego Speed in the back.
Leap. But Catherine Rain will pick up that kill. As you said, Ego Speed is on the flank, but so is Gokuma Jungo's. Kaibet will just be cut down. Prince of Top picks up that kill. That's a double kill now, going over to the Kaisa. Pulls him into the Netherrealm, but Kaz is just level 4, so that's a double kill now for the Mordekaiser. Ego Speed. Techie Fiend has to try and get away. Flag Drag will be coming up in the next few seconds. Hausen gonna wander down as well. No flash available, so he just gets cut down as well.
That Nasus is going to have a hard time now. Ego Speed picking up the double kill. The Nasus is going to be able to chip away at this tower now, especially with the ultimate pop. He's going to get a lot of Qs off on that. Going to take 2 plates actually as well. Ego Speed is heading up there, but it's a little bit late to save the plates.
Yeah, he is going to be ahead by just over 100 gold now thanks to the plates coming in. Bone Spear connects, but just going to do a little bit of chip damage onto him. And Prince Top, Ego Speed, has yet to back to spend that gold that he got from a couple of kills. So he still has 1,000 gold sitting in his pocket.
Indeed. I'm surprised he didn't back first, especially when he was so far away, to be honest. I think it would have been much better to just go back and make sure you have those items. But he'll push out the wave here, and then just back and reset for himself. Maybe it's just because he didn't have enough to make any significant purchases after the TP.
Kaibet towards this bottom side once again, just gonna back away. Nothing really he could do with the wave in the position that it's in, but Gokuma Jungle's off to the side. Flag Drag available, will not land the stun. Stun was a little bit premature maybe from Hausen there as he just dodges back, chain comes back out. Showing his comfort on this LeBlanc, I think it's very safe to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a shame that earlier he didn't back so that Hausen was able to just push the wave. He roamed down and he got the kill. But he's back now. He's managed to use the gold that he got in that first blood to pick himself up the Lost Chapter. Yeah, there we go, Lost Chapter. And the boots as well, so he'll be feeling much more healthy in the laning phase to be able to have that extra mana for him.
And then on the side of Hausen, he's picked up a Tiamat for extra wave clear and damage. No Magic Mantle just for a little bit of extra Amor just comes through for a little bit of extra damage. Proc of the Electrocute there. Ultimate Jungle.
Ego Speed is on. Pretty decent power spike on the Proto Bolt right now. If there was a big 1v1 kill, I would expect him to be going down. Nasus be going down, sorry. And that's just a dragon picked up for NSG for nothing, really.
Yeah, but that's a Hex Flash forwards. The Blade will connect. Off the side, Go Commit Jungle is there. We'll actually flag a drag onto Ripping for Peace GFG as Housen just gets cut down by Kaz. And now Go Commit Jungle has to try and piece out there with his double buffs. Doesn't want to give that over as Pistop is in a lot of trouble here. And fighting on both sides of the map as flag drag comes through. He has his flash available if he needs to use it. He will use it to get over the wall. And that's a flash underneath the tower as well as the shutdown goal does go over. Go Commit Jungle. I mean, Prince of Top gets cut down. Kaz now 4-1 on this Kaisa.
If the Nasus is beating you already, that's pretty bad.
He doesn't even have a full item. He just has the Sheen and the Kindle Gem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. We didn't see like the earlier trade, so I'm not entirely sure what occurred. But if Nasus, like I said, Nasus already beating you, that's not looking good. I mean, he's not even stacked up well. He's not even got any real items at the moment. And Kaisa now also 4-1. It's looking pretty good. I mean, this is. NSG are the ones with the scaling, and they're 2k gold ahead.
That is exactly the opposite of what you want if you are on the side of Bulldog. 6-3 now, and
It would be able
they're
to
only
even
down by
out
about
a bit.
1,000 gold.
Yeah, it's good for them to be able to take that tower after the exchange to even things up a bit, but still, like I said, the scaling is in favor of NSG at the moment. Housen not really being able to perform on this early Renekton pick.
Yeah, but they're gonna go in on this, and lands the Solar Flare, pulls in with the Death's Hand, but too little too late. You have a Storm Razor on this Kaisa already, now 5-1. He is storming ahead.
And there we see it again, the Corfield's Warhammer on the Nasus. Hopefully we see the Yumu's Ghostblade again. He's getting very close to that 40% CDR already, and it's only 10 minutes into the game.
He had 45% CDR at, I think it was 13 or 14 minutes into the game yesterday, so see if he can get it a little bit earlier today. He has 1-0. He's
really got it actually.
Steals away the Pike ultimate here as the flag drag comes through. In comes Cataclysm as well. Kaibat in a lot of trouble, but he just X marks the spot. The Synapse is also the target, but he'll be taken down anyway, even missing the ultimate. So that's a double kill now for Kaz. 7-1 at 11 minutes.
Yeah, Go Commit did manage to smite out the Herald though. That is the saving grace for them, and they did manage to pop it onto Gould.
Yeah, looking for the fight in the middle lane though is Housen. Manages to get away and goes Kill Instinct, though almost takes him down. But in comes the Death Realm now, looking to take out Techie Fiend, but he'll be flashing away from that. To the top, just gonna try and get his way away.
Nothing much good has happened for Bulldog since that TP play in the bot lane now. That's where all the kills they have come from. Since then, it's just been the NSG show, and Kaz has been able to go in and pick up a decent amount of kills in these skirmishes, and he's really far ahead now. Let's check out the gold lead. Yeah, only like a 2k gold lead now for him in the bot lane, despite him being down almost 30 CS. Yeah, pretty great for him to be able to be that
He's
far
not
ahead.
farming minions, he's farming champions.
Yeah, exactly.
So what do you do at this point? You just need to wait for Gould to scale so they can just one-tap Kaz?
Problem is they lose, like I said, they lose the scaling. Nasus has the 45% CDR
I mean,
now.
like you're 12 minutes into the game and you're against a 7-1 Kaisa. What do you do for this mid game? Is there anything you can do? Is FF go next? I don't want to just count Bulldog out.
I mean, it's difficult. There are ways that you can get back into the game. These early picks still do have a lot of power that can carry them through it. Renekton's still early game power, still a very strong early game power. A good team fight with Pike can get you stuff.
Death Realm comes through now as the ultimate gets popped by Hume. In comes a flag and drag though. Go Commit Jungle is there, has some damage. Will take out the Nasus.
Yeah, that is one way you can get back into the game. You just gotta punish these people that are going a bit over aggressive.
Yeah, but aggressive underneath the tower. Dominus popped now, but he is not meant for this world, and will slowly whittle down. We'll get 1-for-1 even with the heal coming through too little, too late.
Last couple of minutes have been pretty good though for Bulldogs though. They get the they get the kill in the top lane, they get a 1-for-1 bot, and they pop the Herald mid as well. That's going to be a decent amount of gold in their pockets there, and they're now only about 2k behind. Things might change when those tower plates go, and it might be evened out with this tower take as well.
Yeah, if they can get it, but LeBlanc is there. Out comes the chains. There's a 2 versus 1. Does get the proc with Electrocute though, and Shelly will be eventually taken down. A lot of damage on that tier 2 in the middle lane.
Yeah. NSG, they understand that they're ahead, but I don't think they fully appreciate that the champions on Bulldog's side are still pretty strong right now due to their early game aggression, and if they go too aggressive, they will get punished for it. Especially if they don't have Kai'Sa there. I mean,
aggressive again. Gould, he should be taken out there, and full auto attacks will secure the kill, but he's getting to the point where he's starting to deal a sizable amount of damage himself. So if he can get maybe another item under his belt, he mightn't be able to do that against him anymore. Nice bone skewer. Oh, beautifully dodged, but he should be going down here anyway thanks to the ignite, and will be shut down, but Kaz will get his 9th kill of the game just shy of 15 minutes.
And yeah, he's got 2k gold in his back pocket. He'll go back there and he'll pick up his next item, and all the NSG have to do now is just make sure they fight around Kaz and protect him. If they do that every single fight, maybe leave the Nasus in the side lane. I still think he 1v1, especially after he gets some real items on him, will win that 1v1 against the Ego Speed. So as long as they protect Kaz, keep him alive in fights, let him pump out the damage he can with that Ginzu's Razed Blade, they should be able to take this pretty handedly.
Yeah, Solar Flare comes out, lands with the Saint of Blade, he flashes away, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and Sky of the Week doesn't manage to come out either. Howson just going to try and take a 1 versus 3, Synapse off to the side. Ultimate Jungle is now going to come in, Flag Drag comes through, X marks the spot, will secure the kill. Kaz should be taken down here for a shutdown gold, the double kill now for Kaibet. The Death's Hand comes out, takes him to the Nether Realm, but off on the side, that's the triple kill for Kaibet, thanks to the Stolen Pike ultimate. He's looking for the Quadra here. Can he find it? Does he have enough damage? We'll go forwards and backwards with the Abscond and Abduct. He has so much damage here. He still has the Pike ultimate. Ooh. Watch it! Oh no, he got pulled back, but he found the delayed Quadra.
That's a lot of gold, and that's another threat now that you have to worry about on NSG. That Silas has just pumped a lot of gold into himself. You got the shutdown on Kai'Sa. That's great. That's 1,000 gold. I'm not sure who managed to get it. Did you see?
So much was happening that I'm actually not sure who got it. His Gould just gets cut down, and Hume should be going down as well. Yeah, he has no mana here. He manages to flash away from the death from below, but feels like he should be eventually going down as Kaiba is the target in the middle lane. Will miss the Abscond. Abduct was anticipating the dodge, but Kaz will pick up that kill, now the 11th kill in a 16, almost 17 minute game.
Maybe this is the game we have 2 kills a minute.
Well, 28 kills in 17 minutes, you never know. Let's see if it lasts that long. As Rip in Peace was caught out, but manages to dash away. They're gonna get this tier 2 tower in the mid lane as well. Now that's 6 towers to 2, 38,500 gold to 29.8. So that's 9,000 gold almost difference. As soon as Blade goes in, Ego Speed off to the side. We'll dash forward, flash away now. Still have the backup of Kaiba to the right. He has 4,500 gold waiting in his pocket left to spend. So he can go back and pretty much insta-buy a Rabadons if he wants to go for that sort of build.
Get whatever he wants, and we do see the Phantom Dancer being picked up for Kai'Sa now.
And that's exactly what he does. Kaibet backs and instantly finishes his Rabadon's Death Cap, picks up a Hextech Revolver as well. So that's the amount of money that he had waiting in his pocket. He has 2,000, just shy of 2,000, or just over 2,000 gold, I should say. More than Go Commit Jungle at this point. There's a 4,000 gold difference between Kaz and Gould. You're heavily in the lead if you're NSG.
Yeah, definitely, and like I've been saying, the scaling still benefits them. So to be able to be 10k gold ahead and be able to say, you know what, you delay this game as much as you want, in 10 minutes time it's still going to be just as bad for you, is definitely very reassuring. I'm not sure what Bulldogs really need to do in order to come back from it. I think you just have to keep punishing the over-aggression that NSG have had at a lot of times when they don't really respect the power of some of these champions like Mordekaiser, like the J4.
But you're up in gold in each roll. I'll hold that for a second as the bonus tier connects onto Kybert, pulled back with the Death's Hand here. Kybert has so much healing though with his Kingslayer. Death from below will not be enough, but the shutdown gold does go over to Ego Speed House, and now looking for more with the Dominus popping goes the Nasus. He just teleports into the fray. He doesn't care at all. Kaz picks up the kill onto House and looking for the double. He will find it. Kaz now in a lot of trouble here. He is locked into the Cataclysm, but he will eventually fall. But the team will find the ace for 2.
And it started to look like what Bulldogs want to do. They want to be able to punish this over-aggression, but they stick around a bit too long. The Nasus TP's in. Like you said, he did not care whatsoever. He just sat in there, popped his ultimate, popped the Qs, kept them going, one after the other. Had a huge amount of damage, and even though Kaz went down, they managed to keep pushing on, and they're going to take an inhib for this, and possibly the bot inhib tower as well.
They have minions pushing into the top tower. They have RIP and Peace DFG pushing in that bottom side as well. He will take that inhib tower. That's an exposed inhib, a taken inhib, and the top lane is also under threat. We have just crested the 20-minute mark. A Mounted Drake is on the board. The Baron is on the board. It is a 10,000 gold difference between Bulldogs and NSG as RIP and Peace. Going to be in a lot of trouble here. He will just pop the pike, and he's just going to dash back and forth. He is alive. He is safe. Howson is going to go down to Hume. They took that fight 1 versus 2. Hume just comes running back and turns it so easily.
Nasus God is back again.
Yeah, has to flash away from the Nasus, and he just stacks him +6 to the stacks there. Takes the inhib. I think he stacked that as well as Ego Speed off to the side, looking for the flank. I don't think there's much he can do, even onto RIP and Pieces. Sky of the Week will connect, doesn't quite have enough damage. You're onto the Nexus towers now, as the death from below will finally shut him down, but the Nasus is just too damn strong. And damn, he gets obliterated in the face, but it really doesn't matter. They're onto the Nexus. Hume, he still has a lick of mana to his name. Just go back away as Kaz picks up yet another kill. 14, 3, and 7, and he doesn't care at all that the Renekton is there. The Go Commit jungle is nearby. They're eventually going to back away. They took 2 inhibs. They took both the Nexus towers. Now they're just gonna give up Techie Fiend. That's a beautiful Zenith Blade, but they're gonna take out Go Commit Jungle. Howson looking for the next kill. He has to flash away now. Uses the E just to get a little bit more space, and he finds the double. 16 and 3. His back is as sore as hell. He has the team upon him.
I felt so bad for you. The action just kept coming. I was like, give my boy a break. Give my boy a break. But we just had it there. We had 2 kills a minute, which finally happened. The game just needs to end now and we'll be okay.
It is this close to ending. I think Nasus could solo this Baron if he wanted to. He's going to start it off anyway with the Spirit Circle, the Spirit Fire, and he has Kybut there to help him out as well. They're just going to duo this down. They have super minions conga lining into the base in the bottom lane and the mid lane. Almost took down that top lane inhib tower as well. And they're just melting through it with the double Baron. I mean, double mounted. Double Baron. They pick up Baron with the double mounted.
I mean, it's just a matter of time now before they stomp back into that base with the Baron buff and take the final win.
Do you just go for a straight up fight here? On the side of NSG, do you close it out macro style, pushing in the top? It looks like they're going to go for a little bit of both.
Yeah, no, you don't really need to. You just have to let the minions push in with your Baron buff, take that final inhib just to put the final nail in the coffin there, walk in and hit the Nexus.
Yeah, RFP and Pisa, a lot of trouble here. Out comes the Solar Flare, but Kaiba is locked into the Nether Realm. He actually did it himself. He stole away the Nether Realm. As Housen's in a lot of trouble. Prince of Top, Ego Speed in a lot of trouble himself. Uses his own ultimate just to lock in the support, but he can't even 1v1 him, as Kaz will eventually take him down. One has to assume, but before that happens, NSG take game 1.
And I mean, that's sort of one of our questions answered. The Nasus is still a pretty good pick. It performed even better in this game, arguably, than in the other game. And I mean, Kaz just managed to perform really, really well in these skirmishes. It wasn't necessarily a really, really great lane performance. It was him picking the right time to go in for these fights, just staying on the edge, dealing as much damage as he can. And he picked up so much gold in those fights that he was able to snowball the game just by himself. And whenever Kaz was there in a fight with them, they always managed to win. Just having a look at the damage graphs as well here. Yeah, as expected.
This Nasus is working out so well for them. They had the duo carries there, and then they had the LeBlanc there just for a little bit of safety, a little bit extra damage. Kaibit did a lot of work as well with that unofficial quadra kill that he got earlier on. But NSG playing out of their minds. And we did ask the question, we begged the answer of that win against Click yesterday. Was it because Click were showing weaknesses? Was it because they're in a little bit of a lull in their game state? But NSG come out today, they say no. We took it to them because we're just that good now. We have improved over the last several weeks.
Yeah, no, testament to them. I think the whole team has performed pretty well in that game and over the weekend overall. And if they can do similar, if they go into the next game similarly to this one and they play the same, it's a really, really good miracle. Well, I say it's not quite a miracle run because they didn't go and win the whole thing, but it's still a pretty good redemption arc comparing to what we saw from NSG at the start, and with the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the team and having the roster issues. But no, great from them. And I guess we'll cut to a quick break and be back for the next game. Don't go anywhere.
Do you even know what you do to me? Do you even feel the way you said you did? Was that all lie? Did it fall for your lie? How is this so easy for you? How are you moving on so fine? I'm still stuck here wondering, did I ever cross the line? Love so thin, like cold pain, you can just scratch it off. I was a band-aid for your heart, and then you just tore me off your heart. Tore me off your heart. Tore me off your heart. You're so cold, it gets so old. You set me up for the fall, and I couldn't hold on. Why did I try for so long? Why did you keep my mind tight for so long? You never knew me too well, you never asked how I was. How come I always felt alone when I was with you? Were you even there? It hurts me more just knowing I was your band-aid. It hurts me more now that it doesn't hurt you. Let's go back to the beginning. Back to the beginning. We can start in what we finished. Start in what we finished, we could. Drove me crazy, so I had to go and call you out. Got complacent like you didn't give a care about our love. When I had to give up, couldn't let you go. Could never pull the trigger, no. I wanna make this right. Wanna make this right. Can we turn back time? You, been on my mind. Been on my mind. Can we rewind? Wanna make this right. Can we turn back time? Can we rewind? Wanna make this right. Wanna make this right. Can we turn back time? You, been on my mind. Been on my mind. Butterflies to lies and secret keeping. Lies and secret keeping. Stuck on loop and history's repeating. History's repeating again. I remember all the late nights talking at your house. Tried to stay up, but we'd end up sleeping on your couch. Of those things I never noticed, I miss the most. When I look back on those moments, I wanna make this right. Wanna make this right. Can we turn back time? You, been on my mind. Been on my mind. Can we rewind? Wanna make this right. Can we turn back time? Can we rewind? Wanna make this right. Can we turn back time? Can we rewind? Wanna make this right. Wanna make this right. Can we turn back time? You, been on my mind. Been on my mind. Can we rewind?
Devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand. Call
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our second game of this best of 3 between NSG and Bulldog. We are in Champion Select, and we are, of course, at match point as NSG pretty much destroyed Bulldog in that last game. It looked very convincing, and maybe they can do it 2 games in a row if they have, of course, switched sides. So red side is where NSG will be this game, with blue being where Bulldogs are.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what adaptations they make in the drafting phase now that they have different sides. Like you said, it was a pretty big stomp from NSG last game. They had the scaling lanes, yet they managed to pretty hard stomp the early game. And they managed to pick up the win quite quickly, and I thought we might see that. We got
immediately banning the Nasus and LeBlanc.
Yeah, just giving.
Don't want to see any of them.
Yeah, you don't want to give the players their most comfortable picks.
We got the triple ban out Kai'Sa as well.
I think they could even first pick Kai'Sa. I know that Gould will be able to play it. It's a pretty good pick in the meta right now. But no, I'm not surprised to see the Nasus being taken away. It's not even necessarily because you don't have an answer to it. It's just that like it is just such an obnoxious pick, and you're constantly putting the game on a timer. I mean, the game last game the timer didn't really matter that much, but
no, it really didn't.
They were just the early
ahead
game
early as well.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Kai'Sa banned because Xayah was banned away on the side of Bulldogs. So the 2 top tier AD carries taken off the table. Pyke will be the response, locking that in for Synapse.
Ooh, and they did actually, now that they've banned the Nasus, that did leave the Camille open. That has been banned in most games versus Hume. And it's a pretty big pick of his, so it'll be nice to see him playing that. It's pretty confident to be able to just blind pick it. There's a lot of things in the meta that can serve a bit of a problem for Camille, but obviously he's happy to play it into anything. I mean, do you see the Pantheon being locked in there as well? It does have a lot of flexibility. It can be played in jungle, top, mid, support as well. Pantheon is a pretty strong champion at the moment, and like I said earlier, with the flexibility, it's pretty nice to be seeing it taken up so early in the draft phase.
Well, looks like it will be the Nunu in the jungle instead, so that means Pantheon will either have to be top or mid, or as you said, could go support. You never know where it's going to be, unless Nunu wants to go somewhere a little bit unusual, but generally think of that as a jungler.
Yeah.
So
solo lane Pyke you don't. Yeah, solo lane Pyke you don't see too much anymore, so I will expect it to go in top or mid. I don't. It was picked in response to the Camille slightly, so maybe that's Ego's preferred pick into it. I can imagine Pantheon being a very Ego speed champion, quite aggressive, and we see the Lucian being taken for Kaz as well.
We've seen Lucian several times today, and sometimes it's done really well, other times it's kind of fallen a little bit flat because you're going for such an early game and then you don't find any purchase in the lane and it just doesn't really do much for you. So which is it going to be for Kaz in this game? Hopefully for the side of NSG, hopefully it will be the better one where you find a bit of a snowball in the lane, but could always very easily go in the opposite direction as Cassiopeia gets taken away from Housen.
Yeah, I would like to see the support pool pinched a little bit here. The owner taking away is very good. It's good at picking to Pyke. They showed last game how strong it can be in that laning phase and how much it can neutralize the Pyke. So smart thing to ban it away there, Bulldog.
How are they going to respond? Are they going to keep banning out Housen here, or are they going to mix it up a little bit, go for something a little bit different?
Right.
No,
Yeah,
they'll ban away the Caitlyn instead.
Yeah, I think it's better to pinch the ADC pool. That Pantheon could go top or mid, so it's probably not a good idea to aim too many things into it. And limiting that ADC pool is definitely going to work out a little bit better. I think the Cassiopeia ban was more towards Gould as well. So it's just trying to eliminate as many picks that Gould has as possible into that Lucian.
Still has his Syndra available if he wants to go that way again. If he considers that to be a strong pick for himself. It didn't really work out in the last game, but that might speak to the strength of the roster perhaps from NSG as Nautilus gets locked in. Still had the Braum available, so interesting that they decided to go that direction.
Yeah, I understand why you still want to pick Nautilus. It's not as prevalent in the meta as it was, quite a few patches ago now actually. But it still has a pretty decent amount of strength in the laning phase. Level 6 spike is very, very big as well. Nice tanky support to match up with the Lucian, and has a decent amount of engage as well to be able to match the Lucian in the aggression he wants to pump out. And
Got ourselves a Veigar.
interesting. Maybe that's another AP AD carry that Gould wants to pump out. Didn't work out too well last game when he had the Syndra, but obviously we have seen him on the Cassiopeia have some really, really great games, not just in this tournament, but I think back to Insomnia, when he played it out in Bulldogs. Had some pretty decent games on that one there. And we have Ari being locked in as well. Similar problem to last game actually, if that Veigar is going into the bot lane and it isn't an ADC. Scaling will be an issue, but we'll have to find out.
It's also the fact that they don't have the range of an AD carry. Yes, Veigar is technically a ranged champion, so is Ari, but you still don't have the strength of the Siege or anything like that that something like the Lucian will provide for the side of NSG. And Katarina gets locked in for RIP and Peace DFG, so I'm dying to see if he can pop off on this pick like he did yesterday.
Yeah, and we do see people swapping out, so that Veigar must be in the bot lane. I wonder if... Are we going to see the Pyke and the Pantheon swap? I mean, we've still got 5 seconds left for it. We'll wait until it happens. But we had the Katarina back out again. He had a great performance on it yesterday. Hopefully we'll see it again. And that's the 20-second bit past. Are they just swapping lanes?
I mean, Ego Speed has the Ignite, yeah. Maybe he just doesn't like playing against Camille, so he's like, Synapse, can you just do me a favor and go top?
Yeah, can you just do me a favor? I don't really fancy going against this guy again. He played Nasus into me last time, and I don't really want to go back to it. Okay,
he was mean to me.
That's what they are going in for. I mean, okay, fair enough. Whatever you want to do.
Thoughts?
I don't think it's good. I don't think it's a good idea if you want to win the game.
Unless it's like solo lane Pyke with teleport Pantheon support, which I doubt. But
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think they are just going to swap lanes here. I mean, in fairness, looking at the positives of it, Synapse Sprinter should be well versed in Pantheon anyway. It is a support pick that is being played quite a lot right now, so he will be familiar with the combos and with the amount of damage that Pantheon is able to put out. Not so confident in how it matches up against a Camille in the matchup. I do see in the chat, no, my Smurf is Pyke account, so he's given it a whirl. He's going to bring it into this bot lane, and a little bit of spice to be added up in what could be the final game of the UKEL.
Definitely could, and we will be returning for the UKEL in the summer. In the spring. It is the summer. In the spring in February 2020. So keep an eye on @UKEL 2019 on Twitter for that. I don't know if they're going to change it to 2020 when we reach 2020, but have to keep an eye on that account anyway for any updates on anything further from the UKEL. But this could be a game that they come out from the gate, come out strong, and even though they have a bit of an unusual comp from the side of Bulldog, maybe they'll win. They do have a Veigar, so they have insane scaling. They have an Execute from the Pyke.
True.
Ari pretty strong at every stage of the game. It's more the Pantheon and the Nunu that would worry me if anything else. And the fact that DFG has Katarina. That too.
Yeah, if he has a similar performance to yesterday, they're gonna have to be worried. I much prefer the comp from NSG as well. Just much more standard, even with that Katarina in there. The Silas being picked up again. He had a pretty good game on it last game. So nice to see him. Well, depends who you're supporting, but nice to see him be able to get that again and slip through the draft phase. But they're other priorities, so fair enough. Won't be as much scaling on NSG's side now with the Lucian as opposed to the Kai'Sa they had last game, but I will expect Hume to still play that split push carry style that he's had in every single game he's played. He's played now, whether it's with the Nasus or the Camille that we saw actually in the other games as well. He's actually, to be honest, Hume has been performing pretty well in almost every single game I've seen him in now. Riven Peace GFG, I think, has had more stand-up performances that have actually resulted in wins, but
Yeah.
Hume has been able to hold himself pretty well in most matchups, and really cause a ruckus in a lot of games that we've seen him in.
But I kind of like that they put in the Lucian, because playing into the Veigar is looking to stack, looking to get to that late game point. Whereas Lucian, he wants to take the game early, he wants to try and snowball. So it might work out even better for them. And I also like the Silas, because you can steal the Pike ult, Ahri ult for a bit of maneuverability, Veigar ult, which is insane to steal away. And then to a certain extent, you can steal away the Nunu and the Pantheon ult as well. So it depends on how you want to really play the game, but at any stage of the game, once you've your ult available to steal someone else's, you can do so many different things.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we saw last game the near quadra kill. Almost, it was an unofficial quadra.
Unofficial quadra, yeah.
He really managed to make that Pike ulti work for him, and he got off a lot of gold from that. He managed to utilize it to the best of his ability, and gonna see an early invade here. Do you see Bulldogs all stacking together in the brush? They will be able to spot it out if they do go up into the river, but I will expect them to go through the bot lane. Yeah.
They are indeed. Don't want anyone to stick a toe out of line here, as they do ward up that tri-brush.
They do need to be very careful. I don't know if they will... They need to make sure that they stick together here.
Stick in that brush, and if they don't know that they're
They're
there,
gonna get spotted out.
Wait for it, wait for it. There we go, here comes the fight. It is a level 1 fight. And Techie Feed will be the first to fall. They're gonna trade one back, force a flash away. Go Commit Jungle will go down as well, as they only lose one. Actually, they didn't. He just came back alive. The timers are so small. I lost track of who died. Katarina looking for more here, as that's 3 for 2 so far. Housen, now the target. Kaz picks up his second kill of the fight. Towards the top, looking for more.
So we got a Fiesta on our hands.
Yeah, uses the heal, manages to get away.
It's a shame Pike didn't manage to pick up any of the kills to share the gold.
Yeah, well, he can't share the gold until he reaches that level 6 point, but...
Oh yeah, true, my bad.
Kaz now 3-0.
I mean, you were talking about it earlier, that the Lucian is able to punish that Veigar quite a lot early on. And now with the 3 kills, how much gold is that now? He could get 2 minions here, go back, buy a BF. That's gonna be an absurd amount of pressure he's gonna exude in this early game now.
800 gold already. So that's a Hex Flash that will connect with the dredge line. He has to flash away his thing. Knight comes through. That will force him heavily underneath the tower, if not force him to back.
Techie Fiend, that was beautiful. He just manages to clip him through there, and any closer that could have been on the wall.
Even taking a lot of damage. We'll find the stun. Oh, just the Q pops him.
Bit of disrespect towards the top lane Pantheon there, and I mean, we critiqued the swap, but they're the ones with the 2 kills. Definitely not mostly from the level 1 Fiesta, but still great to see them be able to perform on it.
But Kybit towards the top side now, finds the stun, double stun comes through now, Psyop's in a lot of trouble, shutdown goal now over to Kybit, and RP and Peace DFG goes down to go commit jungle. A great trading of kills.
More than 3 kills a minute. we've actually smashed it. We smashed it completely. All I was asking for 2, and now we've got 3. It's amazing.
Ask and you shall receive. It is a spicy game so far. 10 kills in 3 minutes. And the gold is pretty much even.
Yeah, you don't expect to have to talk that much in the early game as the play-by-play.
No, really
but-
don't. Dredgeline looking to connect, Bone Skewer pulls him back, Techie Fiend just going aggressive again and again and again. Goku Jungle throws out the snowballs, looking to find the stun, will find it. Techie Fiend very low here, Goku Jungle also very low, finds the Triumph though, gets a knockup from the snowball. Kaiba picks up that kill, trading 1-for-1 in the bottom side, flashes forward, gets the Kingslayer on the passive. Gould in a lot of trouble, will have to dash away, Orphan Peace is in the bottom side, throws out the dagger and finds the kill.
It's a clown fiesta, boys! Oh, so many kills on the map. No, I'm loving it. This is a great way to send off the summer split, and so much action. I mean, they're all still pretty even on gold though, so this is just going to be constantly training back and forth. There's going to be so much action in this game. All of them really going for it.
Oh, almost got the kill. So low on mana in the bottom side. Prince of Top, showing that he might be a little bit of a Prince of Support as well. Newton towards the bottom side now. Snowball, looking for to go onto anyone.
Straight
Just hit
into the wall.
If in doubt, hit the wall.
The only thing I would be worried about is the gold is on Silas and the Lucian, and that's who you have to be worried about, especially in this early game.
Especially when he's building towards the Essence Reaver as well, and he has a BF sword, 2 long swords, and then on the other side, your AP carry has an Amp Tome.
You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes in. There's a 1,200 gold difference between the AP carry and the AD carry. It's basically attacking a tank with a pea shooter right now, but Katarina in a lot of trouble. Throws out the Ignite. Charm connects. Easy peasy. Howson finds a solo.
Just not really recognizing the damage that Howson was able to pull out there, and a little bit of disrespect towards the...
Just a little bit of trading here. Not a lot of kill pressure just yet, but he'll just absorb all that damage thanks to his E. Hume will get the hook shot to safety. Looking forward to find the damage. Throws out the Q. Just about survives.
Yeah, and actually, Synapse Sprinter showing a lot of knowledge on this champion. Hex Smash charging.
Yeah, we'll land the dredge line. It will be onto the wrong target though. Dashes away.
I don't think that's how it worked. With Pike, did he dash before the Vigar? Well, no, the Vigar's on his team.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then it's like, wait, they're on the same team. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I didn't say it. I was just like, hold it.
You just got there faster than me. You're working fast. Your brain's working faster.
Play by plays. You have to work fast. The stun comes through in the top side. You can't underestimate the damage coming out from Synapse, but he's so low on mana. Couldn't find the kill just yet. Is Howson in a little bit of trouble? Throws out a dagger. We're onto this Ocean Drake now as well, so NSG feels like they're in the driver's seat, even though it's picture perfect even.
Yeah, it really is, and I'm surprised with how many kills have managed to go down that it is still even. I would have thought that maybe one of the teams would have edged it ahead with the gold lead, but no. Both of them managing to... Oh.
It's still 2 kills a minute as well, which is something that you should be happy about. Kybit's looking for something in the bottom lane. Flash away from Gould. In comes the biggest snowball ever. That's a beautiful dredge line, but what's it going to give you? Gould so low now. Goku Jungle also low. Skaz is now the target of the side of Bulldog. Kybit has to dash away, but he's going to go down eventually here. But the Kingslayer gives him so much healing. He survives even through the Ignite. The double kill for Kaz.
This game is ferocious. I mean... I don't know which way it's gonna go every time a fight turns up.
Pantheon in the bottom side now. Kybit really low, so is Techie Fiend. He has the mana at this point. Kybit just takes Goku Jungle down. The stuns are coming through. Another stun from the Vagar. He shows up just on time. And now Sabs will find another kill now. 9 and 10, 8 minutes in. Bloodthirsty isn't it even the word for it as the shutdown goal goes over to Synapse.
It's a roller coaster of a game. I mean, the Pantheon came down and I was like, oh, that's easy. He gets all 3 of them here. And then I thought, oh no, maybe things are going to turn around a little bit. And then suddenly he does.
DFG might be caught out here, just gonna try and dash away, but they'll have to flash away instead as the charm goes wide. Looking to pick up the kill with the dashing here, but Prince of Top will find that kill himself.
How long can we go without a kill happening in this game?
I think about a minute and a half so far, just based off of how the game has been going up to this.
All right, I'll set a timer.
Okay, so we have to try and not get a kill by 10.5 minutes.
Yeah, everyone has to calm down. Right. The next dragon coming up is going to be an ocean again. It's going to be coming up in about 3 minutes. You got the Rift Herald spawning in about 40 seconds as well. I will expect with the amount of prior that Pantheon's able to emit from this top side that they will be able to pick that one up soonish.
Yeah, Housen, we're not going to hit that mark. We're not even hit the 9.5 minutes as DFG will find his second kill of the game. They just want to keep killing.
I'm resetting the timer.
I'm not sure we can go a minute and a half.
And we got Nunu in the bot lane now.
Yeah. Looking to go in with the biggest snowball ever, but Takifian has other ideas. Wants to go in himself. Dredgeline will connect into the wall. Biggest snowball ever will be dodged away from. Takifian in a little bit of trouble as the claw comes down, but Gokuma Jungle taking a lot of damage from the culling. Out comes the ultimate. Just Dredgeline going forward. They're going to turn this 2 versus 3 into a 1 versus 3 now, thanks to the death from below from Prince of Top. And as doesn't have the flash or heal available, we'll just go forward with the death from below. Taking a lot of poke damage, but the biggest snowball ever is there. Dash away is great. Finds the shutdown gold onto the pike, but in comes the damage from Gould, and that's 2 more kills.
What is happening? What is happening?
You wanted a lot of kills. You wanted.
I did,
it's
but
25 kills in a 10-minute game.
I mean, I'm loving it. I am absolutely loving it. I mean, the Silas is going to start chipping down that Herald now. Hopefully.
Yeah, Hume taking a lot of damage here. Will manage to get the hookshot to safety. Still has the flash available too. As you said, Silas is on that Rift Herald. Will take it down. Housen making his way over as well. Goes forward with the Spirit Rush. Actually, will pop Shelly for some reason. Housen going to get away.
The classic forgetting you have Rift Herald and trying to, I don't know, place a ward or do some other thing.
Fine if you're using Lee Sin, but otherwise it's a giant question mark of why did I do that? As DFJ will just dash underneath the tower, find his third kill. Takifian gonna try and get behind the tower, behind the wall. Not gonna happen for him as Gould picks up that kill. Now 3 and 3 is Kaz at 6 and 2 is dealing a sizable amount of damage. That's a flash forward. Manages to land Epscon and abduct, but the primordial burst is enough to trade 1 for 1.
It's an absolute fiesta, but if we think about it, why didn't Rip and Peace DFG? Oh,
yeah, he's just caught underneath the tower. That's such disrespect.
If Rip and Peace DFG had Dark Harvest this game, it'd be over. But you have to think about. Oh, I can't get a moment to talk. I can't get a moment.
Talk, James. Prince of Top, looking for it. Yeah, good dash away. Kaz manages to survive.
Having lots of kills in the game will benefit a Pyke and a Vigar much more than anyone else, really. They're getting the extra stats from it in the Vigar, and they're also getting the extra kill gold from the Pyke as well. That's one of the reasons why they are so high, so much further ahead in gold. That Pyke is giving you a lot of extra gold whenever he's involved.
Nice use of Glacial Augment, and comes the flanking teleport though. Silas off to the side. Can he use the Abscond Abduct usefully? To the top will just into the faces of an SG there. Just gonna try and be the sacrificial lamb, but Nunu might be caught out here. Housen also caught out. That's so much damage already as Death Lotus comes through. Will be stopped by Gokuma Jungle, but DFG in a lot of trouble himself. Death from below was stolen away and used for the double kill. Kaibit bringing his team back into this game, bringing it from a 2,000 deficit to a 2,000 gain.
And we said the Pyke's giving them a lot of gold, but Silas, whenever he steals that Pyke ulti, does it count as well? Does he do a?
I don't think it's incremental based off of any stats.
No. As in like, if he ultis, does he get the gold? Did they get the extra gold as well? I don't think so actually.
I think. Do they not? I just assumed that.
Is it part of? It depends if it's part of Pyke's passive or if it's part of his R.
I think it's part of his R. Pretty sure, but talk about that in a second if we get the chance. Culling comes out onto go commit jungle. Flash away now from the Nautilus. Looking to try and find the damage, but Gould doesn't have a huge amount of AP at this point. It's only about 275. So, struggling to find the damage in the lane. Silas into the bot side again, as Housen should be going down there in the middle lane. Dredgeline will not connect onto anything as DFG has to flash away. He just dived underneath the tower. And Kaibet forced to flash out of the Veigar. He's all alone. He'll just about survive. Not low enough for the death from below as they trade a kill in the middle lane. Actually, will just take out the Katarina as Gould will go down. He did end up trading the kill, so I was right. Predicted it with the Ignite coming through as Hume. Looking for the stun, will flash forward just to make sure it connects. Flash away now from Synapse. He's burning down thanks to the red buff, and the Hextech sweep will make sure he dies.
Give Doxel a break, guys. Come on.
As much in the cast ever.
I'll just go make some dinner. You can handle this one, to be honest.
It's cool. It's 40 kills in a 15-minute game.
My lord. It's never stopping. I can't. Let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look at item builds right now.
While we can.
Pantheon is about to hit a pretty decent spike on the Black Cleaver, which is pretty nice for him. Camille's still quite a ways off her spikes.
Yeah, but Hume gonna be hit by the giant snowball. Pyke coming up as well. Doesn't have the ultimate available. But Go Commit Jungle does. Will not be pulled back, but actually eventually gets pulled back with Bone Skewer as the Baby Cage comes down. This should be a free and easy kill. Prince Top picks that up for himself. Katarina's looking to get the damage down onto Hawson. Death Lotus dashes forward with the Shampoo. And comes the Silas as well. Finds some of the damage with Sub-Zero as Kaibet picks up that kill. Just dashes away. Just so much fighting in this game. And now look for the backup of Kaibet, who's now 9-3. He is so fed right now. And gonna go on to Gould. It looks like gonna try. We'll actually go onto the Pantheon instead. Out comes the claws. The Dredgeline connects. DFG looking to try and make something happen as Kaz picks up his 11th kill of the game. Make that 11-2-6 now.
Kaibet, you little monster. He is popping off in this game. He's making this Silas look filthy.
Now they have about a 6,000 gold lead here. Oh, that was beautifully well done by DFG. Just gonna Shunpo back to his dagger, but goes golden just to prevent the X marks the spot from coming through. Kaibet is also there. He has so much damage right now. Because Speed has to flash away, but it's not quite enough. It will be followed up by Kaibet. Now look at chase down Go Commit Jungle.
He's almost got double the gold of Nunu.
Yeah, just needs another 500 and he'll be double it.
That is a ridiculous gold lead. Like 5.5k at 17-minute gold lead, just individual matchup.
10,000 gold on both the jungler and AD carry for the side of NSG. That's where the entire 8k gold lead is, pretty much. Almost 9k gold lead actually at this stage. And oh, the double knockup, double stun.
Not sure what happened there.
Miscommunication. Hume went in to try and body block it, I think, and then DFG went back and ended up giving up his life as Bone Skewer's looking to find someone, will not find a target. Hume will manage to get over the wall with the hook shot. They're just goon squatting them now, going as a 5-man unit. Next Drake will be up in the next minute and 10 seconds or so. As Kaibet comes in with the Pantheon ultimate, will just be stunned up thanks to the claw. Misses with the charm. Actually, it hits with the charm. Out comes the Orb of Perception as well. Out comes the Culling. Kaz finds yet another kill. The claw just by a little bit of space here. Death from the Heavens comes down as Kaz is taking a lot of damage. Hume in all alone, doesn't have the backup of his team. Baby Cage comes through as well as Kaibet survives for as long as possible. Even with the Kings there, he will be taken out. Synapse looking for the follow-up thanks to the Glacial Ointment, who will get the slow. Sakafine should go down here even with Hume off to the side. And actually that was an interesting interaction with his Dredgeline as DFG looking to take Gould out. Doesn't have a lot of damage right now thanks to all of the negation. Will eventually go down and take a kill with them. The double kill now coming through from Prince of Top.
Yeah, great turnaround there, and just a bit too much over-aggression from NSG. Really didn't need to re-engage that fight after they'd already lost their Katarina. Managed to come in at the end, but just need to chill out a little bit more. Go back, take the gold, spend it. And I mean, they're still up in gold by a significant amount, but that's definitely dulled the lead a little bit.
Yeah, it's narrowed the lead to about 5,000 gold, so it changed it by about 3,000 there. Especially thanks to the cut from Pyke's ultimate. Now they're just going to start off on this Cloud Drake, if I'm not mistaken. Not the most hotly contested Drake, but will add to their 2 Ocean Drakes that they already have.
Certainly, and we do have the Baron spawning in about 30 seconds. Normally, when I look at these team comps, I don't think either of them are taking, you know, Baron 20 minutes. But with the sheer amount of gold that's been exchanged on either side of the teams, you know, that timer could be, you know, 10-15 minutes ahead, and we wouldn't say anything about it. It's just the sheer amount of gold that's just been passed over between these teams means that these neutral objectives are going to be going over a lot quicker than you think.
Bonsker will connect, but Hume going on to Hassan. He'll have to try and dodge away from the charm if he looks for it. Kaibet steals away the death from below. Will be hit by the giant snowball, buys time by using the stopwatch to go golden off on the side. Kaibet trying to buy enough time. He cannot find the damage. The Kaz will pick up a double kill here as the Death Lows comes through, looking for a 3rd kill, as that's a great dredge line. Will find the Pantheon. That's 4 dead now in exchange for 1. Might be able to take this Baron if they want to try go for it. The jungler is dead on the side of Bulldog.
Even though Kaibet didn't really do much in that fight, they still managed to come out because the rest of the team do still have pardon me, still have a decent amount of gold in them, specifically Kaz. You really need to be taking him out. He's on such a good spike right now with his 3 items, and like I said, 20-minute Barons don't mean anything when you've got this ridiculous amount of gold in your pocket.
Really doesn't mean much in a 58 kill game at 21 minutes. And DFG will be hit with the charm. We'll find 1 for 1 so far if he goes down here. Looking for the second. That's a double kill in exchange for his life. And that's 4 Baron buffs. Thanks to Silas just about coming back up.
He was feeling a little bit left out there. He's not past the double-digit kills mark, so he's trying to get himself a little bit closer to that to join the rest of his carries.
Hume doesn't have it either, don't
Hume doesn't have it. I mean, Hume only has... The skill participation is very, very low. Hume, you need to step up a little bit, mate.
It's only 6 out of 35.
Oh my god.
Hume's just off on the side lane, trying to do his thing. Looks like they're just gonna group up now in the middle lane. DFG just about to come up off of spawn.
If this game doesn't end soon, we could be looking at like a 100 kill game. If it keeps trading back and forth.
Oh, okay. That was an interesting stopwatch from Gould there. As that's a now 15-2 Lucian. Kaz really stepping up in this 3rd place match.
I know he's a split push array, but look at this. This isn't the split push game. This is the you go in, you fight, and you get as many kills as you can. I mean, who has?
Doesn't have 1 item yet. The AD carry has 4.
Oh my god!
As Gould will manage to find the kill thanks to the claw.
You don't even get to practice this in scrims. Like this never happens.
Wait, what was? It's just a drive-by from Gokuma Jungle. He would rather go to the mid lane and onto the Nautilus here. Flash forward, Boaster will pull him back. DFG is going to be stunned up by the Event Horizon there. Goes in with the Death Lotus. Buys time now by going golden. Kaz just cannot be shut down. But Hume will eventually fall. Goes forward with the dredge line now, looking for the damage. You have Kaz off to your side. He really doesn't care. To negate all this damage from the front, eventually going down 17-2 now on this Lucian. He is hyper fed. Just gonna tear through this tower as Austin now the target. Death Lotus comes through as well. Dredgeline connects, looking for the double. Comes to top, goes golden just on time as DFG will just about survive that tower shot. They're gonna take this inhib, rotate towards the bot lane, it looks, from some of the pings.
And he has joined the double-digit kill group now, along with his jungler and AD carry, and Lucian's edging himself towards the 20 kills now.
Yeah, he wants to reach the second tier of double digits there. He has 2,000 gold in his pocket. If you want to know the difference between the two AD carries at this point, it is almost 6,000 gold.
This truly is peak League of Legends.
It is peak League of Legends, and it comes from Europe. Just to say what Quickshot said at one point, but Ocean Drake will be the next one spawning. 12,000 gold difference almost between these two teams at the 24-minute mark. 6 towers to 1. Bulldog very much in the back seat here, just waiting for the Veigar to scale up. Right now he has 453 AP with 210 stacks of his passive.
I mean, we're getting to the point now where gold isn't really going to matter to these carries. Lucian almost about to pick up his final item.
It won't matter to NSG.
Yeah.
It'll matter to Bulldog.
True, true, true.
As I was going to take a drink of water, but DFG caught out there. Event Horizon comes through. Primordial Burst, just not enough to pop her, and they just back away. They would have been flanked otherwise. Charm not even going to connect on Protective Beam there.
I was also going to say I'll take the next play-by-play for you, but I know only top champion spells.
It takes practice, it takes study to try and remember them all. Actually does sometimes, but Synapse Splinter, he wants to go aggressive here himself. He's going to take down this tier 3. Good dredge line, but not enough as out comes the ultimate there. Flash forward from Kaz will secure the kill thanks to the ultimate from Techifine. Goes golden just by a little space. They're onto this inhib now. We'll take the second inhib of the game, 25 minutes in. Kaiba just gonna go in all alone, doesn't have the backup of the team just yet. He will survive thanks to the Kingslayer death blows, will keep him alive a little bit longer. But GFG almost found a dive in there as Death from below will secure that kill. The shutdown gold is massive, but they're onto the Nexus towers now. 18 and 2, almost full build for this Lucian. And they're gonna get the nice knock up there because he's just too powerful. You just can't fight him.
He's
jungle,
huge.
he's just gonna not get away here. Double kill comes through. 20 and 2. They're onto the second Nexus tower after taking out the first one. Gonna get away from the Super Soaker there. Hume focusing this Nexus now. Nothing you can do. 1 versus 3. And that means NSG are just going to pad their KDA stats 21 and 2 for their AD carry. They will take down Bulldog. They will secure 3rd place in the UKEL.
Congratulations, NSG. Not only have you secured the 3rd place spot, but you've also secured my heart.
That was just waiting for you to say that.
That was such a fun game to watch over, and it's going to be fun to have a little look at the damage graphs as well. Oh my lord.
Those damage numbers.
This was only a 26-minute game. This was a 26-minute game. We had 76 kills. That's absurd. It is actually we did actually manage to get the 3 kills a minute, so
we did.
We've massively overperformed. Congrats to everyone.
So bloodthirsty. 21 kills alone on Kaz. 21.
I feel like
and 2 deaths.
I feel like although Bulldogs lost, we definitely all achieved something here. That was possibly the greatest game of League of Legends that will ever be played. So thank you to both the participants.
No one in any sphere of competitive play can match that game from now on. Worlds doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that's coming up in October. We had our Worlds here. NSG versus Bulldog. That's our Worlds, man.
That's our Worlds. That was
so who would
good.
you give the MVP to in that game? I'm gonna give it to Kaz personally.
I'd give it to Kaz. Yeah, I think Kybet had a. Kybet also had a really good first game as well. But I think you do have to give it to Kaz, an honorable mention to Kybet because he really did manage to pump out the damage in the first game as well on that Kaiser as well, and he was very influential in both of the games. But Kybet, you know what, mate, you did really well as well.
He really did, and unfortunately, that will be it from us for this split. Congratulations to Viperio taking down Click and being crowned the UKEL inaugural split champions. Congratulations also, of course, to Click for coming second and NSG for making it to third from being in last place, I think, for a couple of weeks, especially thanks to a couple of roster issues that lost them a game and a couple of other issues here and there. So that will be it from us, unfortunately, for the split. We'll be back in February 2020. Keep your eye on Twitter and on the ukel.gg website for more details. I'd like to thank all the production staff, all the admins, Yamada for casting several series with me, as well as our lovely producer and streamer and caster in James the Governor Gove for casting a lot of the games with me and with Scriv as well. But unfortunately, Scriv couldn't be with us this week for it to close out the split with us.
Yeah,
So that will be it from us.
It's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you. Thanks everyone that tuned in, and thanks again to everyone that helped make the UKEL possible.
But we'll be back in February, so stay tuned. We'll see you guys then.
All the days when I was searching for some kind of sign. Now
No one is coming to save you. I try to get by, something that I'm not into. My mind is paralyzed. Don't care, I just might pack my bags and take off tonight. Don't need the pressure from ya. No need to put that on me. Just need some fresh air to breathe. Feels like a movie. Everybody's watching. All eyes on me. Easy to see if I'm winning or losing when all eyes on me. I don't need a lot. I'm good with change in my pocket.